about to go reach for my headphones to start, you know, the stream, and I realized I don't need headphones for Photoshop. So I do normally listen to music while I edit photos and stuff, but since I'm going to be using a new like a free version of Photoshop. It's not, okay, correction. It's not a free version of Photoshop. It is a free alternative to Photoshop. So you can see it's called Photopea. It pretty much looks exactly like Photoshop, honestly. I used it a little bit here and there just to fix things like real quick, but I haven't like fully done a whole photo project in this yet, so this is gonna be first for me. But I've done bits and pieces enough to know where it probably can do just about anything that Photoshop can. So before I get started, I'm just going to talk a little bit about like my work and stuff. I'm Megan, of course, as you know from the YouTube channel you're on. I am a photographer, and I mostly do shots with little miniature figures, normally on food, but on like everyday objects as well, as you will soon see. I also do like lifestyle stuff, so I have like some out-of-the-day shots that I'm going to be editing too. The goal of the stream is to get all of my editing done for the week. I have to edit photos for Monday and photos for that Friday, because I'm not posting on Wednesday because that's Christmas. I would like a break. So I got to edit photos for both those, which, you know, it sounds like that's not going to take too long, but photos always take longer to edit than you would think, especially, you know, if it's a program I'm not used to yet. So, but if you want to see any other examples of my work, you can click the links that are down below. My main account for my photography work is my Meg Joye account, and then my secondary one, which is the lifestyle stuff, is my In Motion with Megan one. And whenever this YouTube channel gets to 100 subscribers, I plan on giving away prints of some of my work from the Meg Joye account. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button so I can get to 100. So let's get started. Open up file. This looks exactly like Photoshop, so this is kind of intuitive to me. I don't know if it's like just intuitive because of it's just a good design, or it's intuitive because of it's laid out a lot like Photoshop, and that's what I've been using like to edit my photos for years. So I have a album here that's just photos for me to edit on this stream. And I got some miniature shots here that I took like a few minutes ago. I got some flat lays that I plan on posting tomorrow? Not tomorrow. Man. Friday. Monday. God, I don't know what day of the week it is. All the Christmas hours and stuff for things have really been throwing me for a loop. And then these right here are photos I took while doing a video that I did for this channel that I'll be posting pretty soon. It's me redoing an old photo of mine that I thought I could improve upon, because it was I think the photo is either a year old or 2 years old. I can't remember. I think it might be 2 years old, and it didn't look as good because of, you know, my equipment has improved. I have improved as a photographer, so I thought I could do better. So I went ahead and did a video where it was me walking through the steps of me retaking this photo here in front of a Christmas tree. So I'm going to be posting this for sure Monday. Yeah, Monday. Hopefully I'll have that video done edited. Hopefully. I'm not very fast about editing video. So here's some other photos I took while I was there. You can't really see in this little thumbnail, but I have like little figures right there. Yeah, right there. And then here's some alpha of the day shots that I took that day and a few days ago that I need to edit. Like, these are over a week old and I still haven't gotten around to editing them yet. I'm not, like I said, I'm not good about it. So I'm going to start with one of my miniature shots. So I'm going to start with the first one. There we go. Alright, now I gotta figure out how to rotate it. See, how it is in Photoshop is it's around here. Looks like it's not here. So let's just do it the not so easy way. Well, not off to a good start, man. Alright, let's see. Okay, so there's two ways to rotate a photo in Photoshop. One is to crop and then use it to, and then like rotate it, but rotate it all the way around. That's one way of doing it. It's the way I've always been doing it, just because I don't like the other way. It's not always easy. Okay, here it is. This is under transform. Okay. There it goes. Okay. So in Photopea, it is under image and transform. Okay. That's good to know. Now it's time to crop it. All layers, current layer, selection free, fixed ratio. Seems like I can only do square. So I normally just crop all of them in an 8:10 ratio. Okay, see, it's also annoying me that I can't actually see the whole photo. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Go. In order to zoom out, you have to press the little magnifying glass button and then hold down Alt and click. That's how you get it to zoom out. See, now let's try this again. I don't remember what the ratio thing for 8:10 is. Width. I'm not sure this will work. Okay, it worked. All right. Because normally, in Photoshop, they don't actually have it 8:10. It's like it's some other numbers, like 4:3 or something. I don't remember what it was, but it's not listed as 8:10, even though it is. So there. I don't like having the figures like dead center of my photos, so I'm just gonna do it like this. Double click. Crops it. There we go. That looks really good. Honestly, this looks pretty good just the way it is. But I'm going to clean the figure up because most of my figures are pretty old and they really need to be cleaned and repainted. See, yeah, see, she's not exactly the cleanest looking thing there. So I will copy my photo into another layer. That way, if I don't like my edits when I'm done, I can just click them off and click them on. So I can see how everything's going, make sure it's looking good and everything. Because sometimes when you're really zoomed in, you kind of like lose focus of it all. So okay, now I'm clicking on the clone tool here, and I'm going to try and clean up this edge of her leg here. By just, oh, okay, all right. Alt and K. Says. There we go. Alright, so I need to have it not so sharp. That way it doesn't look too obviously edited. Am I saying that right? Edited? That sounds wrong. That does not sound quite right. Make it a little smaller. That's too small. Way too small. Here we go. That's a little better. Alright, now it's Alt K. And then just go over all the little bits I want to get rid of. This was pretty easy because like there's just nothing but solid color right next to her, so it's gonna be pretty easy. Later on, it's not gonna be as easy. So make it a little bit bigger maybe for the leg. Seems kind of big, but since the edges aren't very hard, it should be fine. Keep forgetting it's Control K. And Control Z for back. Yeah, photoshopping is just basically a lot of Control Z sometimes. Z. Keep forgetting it's K. Alt. That's good. It doesn't look great, but it's me so there's such a small part of the picture, so small that really no one's gonna be able to see it. So I'm not super fretting over it. And honestly, this so far is not bad for a free version of Photoshop. I don't know how I'm gonna fix that nose. It's probably fine. Oops. Okay. Oh. What was it for? Salt, yeah. Okay. There we go. See if there's any more edits I want to do. See, this is it. Edited? It's hard to say. I'm going to be struggling with that this entire stream. Here's just a layer we haven't worked on. Here's the one we have. See how the layer looks so much cleaner now? So I'm going to go down here in this flower and get rid of this white stuff. Not all of it, but I'm going to get rid of some. I'm going to make this a little smaller. There we go. Just get rid of some of the bigger little specks here. No idea what these are. Well, these some kind of pollen, maybe? But it's kind of late in the year for that, and I definitely know it's not snow. One thing I don't like about this versus the Photoshop is that when you're doing the clone tool, when you're clicking down to see, not right, like you're clicking on it to get, I don't know how to describe it, but when you're doing the clone tool and you're picking where you're going to be starting from, the little clone stamp tool is not really showing you exactly where you're picking up color from, so it's kind of like a little bit of guess. Like you have to, I don't know. Maybe it's just me being picky and weird about something. Because it's like, it's a free program, man. Like, I keep forgetting it's K Alt. See? You can't see how big the stamp is. So I don't know exactly what color I'm going to be reaching for when I'm clicking. And that's just really annoying. And I know that's just, you know, me being nitpicky or whatever, I guess. But I like to know exactly where the colors are coming from, so I don't accidentally get some of the wrong color on something. But yeah, just gonna keep cleaning up. See, because I don't know exactly where that is, now I have a little orange and this little bit of red spot. Once again, I know this is gonna be zoomed out and it's gonna be on my phone and all that stuff, so it's really not that big of a deal, but it does bother me. So I'm gonna redo that one. It's not working. Oh well. I'll just get some of the orange from here and splice over it. There. Now it looks fine. Now, without being able to see exactly where the color is coming from the clone stamp, it's going to be a little more difficult to do these little spots here that are in the lines, because I'm going to have to be able to line that up perfectly. And I'm not going to be able to do that with how the tool is set up on this, but I can like trial and error it, I guess, because the bulk of them are in the lines, or by them I mean the little dots, which I want to get rid of. So let's see, okay, oh, I'm going to remember that eventually. I'm just going to get rid of maybe a few more of these dots, because like I said, I'm not going to get rid of all of them, just because I feel like that would be not necessarily dishonest, but that's not what the photo is. And this is part of the flower, so just enough to where it's not like super visually distracting. But if y'all have any questions, feel free to type in the chat. Like, I'm here to figure out how to use this thing, and also, you know, if y'all have any questions about editing photos in general, feel free. God, why does it keep doing that? Every time I try and get a new, like, clone tool color or whatever, it puts the impression of the past color on it, and I don't like that. Okay, so hitting hitting Alt first clears out the color. I'll do that again. I'm starting to get the hang of this. Clean up her neck a little. Let's see if there's anything else we need to finish. Now I can right click and hit zoom out. It's another way of doing it. See? This is it where we've done all our edits. This is it without the edits. So it didn't make a huge difference, but it did get rid of like some of the mess that was down here and cleaned up her leg a little and like her face and stuff. I think her nose is actually fine, even though like really it's mostly the paint is rubbed off of her already, because I've had this one for a while, and actually she's supposed to be on like a boat set that I had, like, but the boat broke, and so I broke her off so I could use just her, because the rest of the boat broke. It's a set where it's like a couple rowing on a rowboat or something, and that set for some reason just breaks all the time. I don't know why. So here is without our edits, and within and with. So I'm gonna get this dot right here, because this one is just, it's glaring at me, man, and I don't appreciate it. So I'm gonna get the clone tool, hit Alt so I can clear out the past color we used. Pick up this color. I don't know why that's not working. There. Okay. I don't know why that was different, but whatever. And clean up a few more of these. Oh, see, because I can't see exactly where all the clone stamp tool is picking up. I sometimes accidentally put more of what I'm trying to get rid of on the image. Super annoying. I keep saying a few more, and I keep doing a lot more. Just, there's a lot of these little dots, whatever these are. I don't know what these are. Like, if anyone in here who knows anything about flowers and you know what these are, please let me know. I assume it's pollen. Maybe, because it's the only thing powdery substance I can think of that would be on a flower. But I could be wrong. I mean, I'm probably wrong. There we go. Now, let's see, what was it? Alt. Yeah, it was Alt. Okay. By the end of this video, I'm going to be like an expert in all these keys here. So this is it, fully edited. Here's the without the edits. I know it's not that huge of a difference, but it makes a world difference to me. Like I think this looks so much cleaner. Maybe get rid of this. There's a little speck right here. I'm gonna get rid of these. Go. It's the last of them. See, control. Okay. So if you hold control and press the little dash button, I don't know, looks like the minus sign, then it will zoom out as well. So there's like 3 or 4 different ways to zoom out. So that's nice. So that's that. So now I'm going to merge the layers together. Merge down. That way it's only the layer we were editing. So it's all the edits now. So I'm going to save this. Export as JPEG. Okay, it's not going to let me. Okay. It's not going to let me. Okay, it's not going to let me rename the file. It looks like that's not good. See, what I normally do whenever I'm editing my photos, I usually edit a big batch at a time because I'm lazy and put things off to the last minute, like I did today. It looks like it saves them as a JPEG, yeah, but it won't let me rename them, and that's gonna be a problem just because I rename all the photos I do with the figure that's in them, the prop, and then if it's going to be a post or it's going to be a post for Patreon. Because on my Patreon, I post like all the extra photos. It's like, for example, if this is the one I liked a lot from the, or I thought would work for an Instagram post better than other shots with this flower, I would post this one on Instagram and then use the other ones for Patreon. Because I took quite a few shots of this flower. So, I don't think I have them all up here to edit right now, but that's how that works. See, it says it's unsaved, but I just saved it. See. Save as a PSD, which is the Photoshop file format. Why won't it let me save? I don't understand. Alright. Okay. Alright, it let me exit out that time. So let's try another one. So for those of you who are new in the stream, this is all the photos I have to edit tonight. We just finished this one here. These right here go with a video that I took yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And I'm hoping I'll have it done edited and everything to post it Monday. It's where I'm retaking an old photo of mine that I took like 2 years ago, I think. And then these are some intro shots I took just like literally a few minutes before the stream started. And then here's the flat lays that I did that I plan on posting on In Motion with Megan on Monday. So just like I said, the stream is kind of just to make me more accountable for my own editing work because I haven't gotten around to it in a while. Like these photos here are over a week old. These are fairly old as well. So I really need to get around to doing editing more often. But the computer that's over here behind me is where I normally do all of my editing. It's where my Photoshop, my Lightroom, and all that stuff is. That's why I'm trying out this Photopea, which is the free alternative, because I don't have a chair for over there because it's on top of a dresser, so I have no way of comfortably sitting down. And so it's not really fun to do intense Photoshop work on that computer. So I thought I'd try and do like a free version that I can have on this computer, or any computer really. So will it let me do 2 at a time? I don't know which one of these I'm going to like better. Okay. Once again, it puts them in sideways, which is weird. So I'm going to move my neck and see. I still can't decide which of these I like better. I know they look pretty much the same. I'm going to go with this one for now. Now remember, we figured out that rotating the image is under Image, Transform, and you hit Rotate. Yeah, there it goes. The problem is it doesn't seem like it's going to be easy to just... Yeah, you're not going to be able to like rotate the image just a little bit, because like I want to move it just a little, like just a tad, because he's a little like leaning to the side there. And I want to move it to where he doesn't look like he's doing that, but it looks like I don't have a way to do that in this program, which is a bummer. I might try and look. See, this is the only one we can find where it really turns them around, because I tried rotating it the way we do in Photoshop. Why does it keep doing that? It's so annoying. Okay, where you hit crop and you just crop it, and then you're able to rotate it that way. See, like that. But it seems like it's not really doing it on this. I don't know why. So I'm just going to crop about where I want it. See if I can rotate it. Let's see if that worked. Yep, that worked. Okay, cool. Alright, so now the little guy is sitting straight up. Or he's not sitting straight up. He looks like he's sitting straight up. So, that's good. I might crop it in a little more, but I want as many of the flowers in the shot as possible. So I'm going to zoom in on him. Yeah, like the other figure, he's kind of dirty, and some of the paint on him is chipped, because all my figures, well, not all of them, but most of my figures are pretty old, and I carry them with me everywhere I go, pretty much. So they get kind of scratched up, and so whenever I'm photoshopping, I try to Photoshop some of the paint back on them. I have handed out my business cards at the local gaming store near my apartment to see if anyone who like paints like Warhammer figurines or other like tabletop games painting stuff, if they could repaint the figures for me. And I was going to pay some people to do that, but no one contacted me, which I thought was weird, because I handed out like a whole stack of business cards over there, but no one's contacted me about it yet. I might like end up asking my brother-in-law, because I know he does that kind of stuff, but he lives kind of far away. Well, physically he's not that far away. Just with Atlanta traffic, it is pretty far away, because he lives all the way in Marietta, which is on the other side of Atlanta for me. It's really not that physically far, but with traffic, it takes a long time to get to him. So I don't have to drive all the way to Marietta every time I want these little figures painted. They get a little chipped. Because one of my favorite figures is like one of my climbing ones, and she's really badly chipped up, like really bad. Like I'm gonna have to get her repainted soon, because her photos take like a lot of Photoshop to fix up. So here's like a little piece of dust on his jacket. So I have the clone tool here, and I'm gonna try and get all the colors to line up, because it's right there in a shadow. And personally, I hate editing in shadows. I think it never looks quite right. It just really irritates me, but this little dot is just more than I can handle. And it's, as you can see how small the dot is compared to like the little guy's tie. See, like it's not going to be that noticeable. I'm going to keep telling myself that. But, so it's Alt-K, and then you just click a little bit around. My art teacher when I was in college told us, that when you're like using the clone tool, to make the clone tool actually a little bit smaller, or maybe about the same size as what you're painting over, and just click a few times around it, and not just make it bigger and then plop it right on top. She said it looks more natural when you do it that way, the way she's telling us to, which I agree with her. So, but then again, you know, that's how I was taught to do it. So maybe I'm biased, but you know, God, that string around his crotch area is gonna be really hard to get. Okay, another annoying thing is there doesn't seem to be a bar on the bottom for me to scroll the image over so I can get a little better view of the string I have to fix. So in order to get where I want, I have to zoom out completely. So zoom out and then zoom in again to get more centered on the string or what I want to re-Photoshop and stuff. So that's a little annoying. Like, so far, everything I'm finding with this, it's not anything that's a huge deal breaker for using this. I mean, yeah, some little things are like a little annoying that I can't do the same way or easily or whatever, but then I remember it's like, wait, this is free. This whole program right here is free. You just go online on the website, Photopea, and you're able to do it. You don't have to download anything, you don't have to pay for anything. It's great. Photoshop, I think, is $10.99 a month. I think that's what it is now. I know there's like several different packages you can get it and stuff like that, but I think just Photoshop is $10.99. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's $10.99. I know Lightroom is $9.99. But I have the Lightroom Classic and then the Lightroom like CC or Lightroom, the other one, the one's for your phone. And so I do actually a good bit of my editing for my Out of the Day shots on my phone. So in case you haven't noticed my feed on In Motion with Megan, it has a very like nice like rose gold-ish tint to everything. That's because I use a preset that I bought for Lightroom, and I'm able to do it on my phone. So I cannot do that on here. But other than that, I can do pretty much everything on here. What my goal here is to see if I can replace my Photoshop with this, and that would save me $10.99 a month, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but like over time that's gonna be a good bit of money, you know. Like, let's see, how much would that be in a year? I'm so bad at math. I'm just gonna round down to $10, and then it would be about $120 a year. That's not bad. So I think it's worth trying to find a dupe, you know, for now anyway, until I start like making a little bit more money. Because this is not like it's probably not gonna be like a forever option, because there's got to be something I can't do on here that I would need to do on Photoshop. That's not looking near as clean as I would like. I'll have to zoom in more, and that's not easy to do. I hate doing the editing when it's like in these pixels, like the obvious pixels, just because of, maybe it's like because I am like kind of ADD, like legit. So the little squares that kind of, you know, make my eyes do this, like, unless the ADD thing or what, but it's not fun. So I'll make this a little smaller. Okay, that should be good. Okay, stop. Okay. Just move it around a little bit. It looks like the little where it gets the source color from doesn't move around a lot. See, it doesn't seem to move too much, because this color should not be. I don't know if I'm saying this all right or not, but with where I had the color source from, this should have been a lighter purple than this, and so it looks like it's still getting it from here, and that's just not how it's supposed to work, but whatever. So I'm going to exit out of this because this looks like crap. Yeah, I think that's good enough. I'm going to clean up his shoes a little bit right here. I'm trying to remember, does this one have the wax on it still? Because some of my figures still have wax, like, just permanently on them. See, clearly I'm getting green. There. Clean that up a little. That should be fine. See, now I'm having a hard time telling when I'm actually photoshopping anymore. Let's see. Okay, so that is his little newspaper. This is a shoe. I got rid of the string pretty good. That's good. But once again, I want to edit this right here. But once again, I'm going to have to completely zoom out. And then click the magnifying glass over here so I can actually get to where I want to edit next. She zoomed in too much. And then that's, like I said, not a deal breaker, but it is really annoying. So make this a little bit bigger. Yeah, that seems like a good size. So get some color over here from his thigh. And just clean that up a little. And then, I don't know if I'm going to fix this little one right here because it's right there in the edge of a shadow, or at least where it's darker and where it gets lighter, like a highlight. And that's just a pain in the butt to edit on like high quality, expensive software. So I can't imagine this is going to be easy either, but I'm just going to do it. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright, I was worried for nothing. And then clean that up. Yeah, these dots are really getting to me, man. That doesn't look quite right. Let's see. Okay, oh. I don't know how I keep forgetting the keys for this, but I do. Alright, time to zoom out. Okay. I'm gonna zoom out all the way. There we go. So really, ultimately, the edits I just painstakingly did aren't going to make that big of a difference, really, because this is going to be posted on Instagram, most likely, and no one's going to be able to see that on their phone. And so one of the reasons I do edit, because I want to explain like why I do some of these things throughout the stream. And one of the reasons I always crop everything first in 8x10 is because actually that is the size, the maximum size you can put on Instagram, where, or in most online things, where when someone's swiping through their feed, your photo when it's 8x10 actually will take up more of their screen, and so it takes them like a second or so longer to scroll past it, giving you a little more of a chance to catch their eye. I know that like you're thinking, Megan, that's like half a second, like that's not gonna make a difference. But when you think about it, like I was reading somewhere that someone makes a first impression of you within, I think it was like 30 seconds or something like that. And if you're making a first impression like about a person that quickly, like something on your phone I feel like has to equally catch your eye. I don't know. I'm not good at explaining these things, but that's why I do it. Was because of that takes up the entire screen space when someone's scrolling through. It doesn't make anything smaller, because also on top of that, I want my photos to look as big as possible, because the subject matter is usually so small that if I posted things like in a landscape format, you wouldn't be able to see the figures near as well, and that could, you know, get some things lost in the picture. So that's why I do that. See? This is with our edits. This is without. You really can't see a difference. I recognize that, but if I end up posting this one on Patreon, it would make a difference, because on Patreon you can see the photos. Like you can actually zoom in on the photos like this if you wanted to on my Patreon. So I do want it to look good for that. So because I have two of these over here. I have this one, and I have this one. Can't really tell because I haven't rotated that one yet, but one will get posted on Patreon and the other one will be posted on Instagram, most likely. For those of you who don't know, my Patreon is where I post all of my photos. I've only recently started, so right now I'm just getting in the swing of it, but whenever I post on Instagram, I post on Patreon, like the behind the scenes shots and videos, and then I also post other little extras and stuff, and then it's also where if I'm doing a run of prints, everyone on there is, you know, gets a print and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot on there, so check it out. Help out a girl. Keep me from being a starving artist. So you go, rotate this one, image, transform, rotate. You may notice that it does take a second for it to do things sometimes. I feel like that's not really saying anything negative about the Photopea program. It's really just because the images are actually quite large. And so I think that's why it's taking a while to process and do things. So Don't let that deter you from using this. So I'm going to crop this. I have it still fixed in the 8:10 ratio. I'm going to crop this one in closer than my other one. Yeah, I'm going to crop this one a little more in. Rotate this a little. See, what I don't like about this is that it actually rotates the crop, like, frame. Whereas in Photoshop, it rotates your photo within the frame. And I really like the way Photoshop does it way better, just because you can really see exactly how it's going to look. And this, I'm kind of guessing. Like, I may end up, like, rotating it too much and have to do it all over again. So, yeah. That's my thought on it. This one looks rotated enough. I think it looks pretty good. I wish it didn't have these leaves here. But, I mean, it was taking a flower garden thing here in the winter. So, dead leaves in the background is not going to be too weird. But, I wish I had more of the flowers here. And I know I could probably Photoshop painstakingly another photo over here. Not another photo. That's so dumb. Another flower over here. But, honestly, that is not worth my time. It just isn't. And, so I'm not going to. But, so now we have it all cropped that we want. Yeah, it has more of those little specks on this flower. Was it on this other one? Yeah. I wonder what that is. It was on the other flower edited too. But the ones on that flower are white. What is this? I have no idea what this is. I kind of like want to Google it. Because I'm like, what is this? I don't know. I'm not going to Google it. It's not worth it. I don't need to know that badly. So I'm going to edit the string that's at his crotch. Where's the clone tool? Okay, there it goes. So, like I've been saying, my figures are all messy and dirty and old. Why is this not working? There it goes. It is a little annoying that it takes a few tries to get it to go. Okay. That doesn't look right. Okay, so in order to really change the color, it seems that the source color, it does not move along with the cursor as much as it should. So that's why we got a whole like long thing of brown right here. Yeah, see? On Photoshop, the little cursor will change color to what color you're actually going to be putting down. And it looks like no matter what, it's going to be brown. Even though it should be going along with it. That's kind of annoying, but whatever. Once again, you know, it's a free program, so just means a few extra clicks. Well, it also means that my edits aren't going to be as seamless, but, you know, when I'm working on something this small, it doesn't really matter. But I'm hoping to get into wedding photography, and then it might matter. So, yeah. Just clean up this little area on his boot here. Clean up this flower. I have no idea what these little specks are. So weird. Like, it wouldn't be as weird if like they were the same color as the specks on the other flower, because the shot that I photoshopped first was actually from the same flower garden as this one. Like, they're really like right next to each other. God, I look so weird, like bending over and like, cause this flower bed's right outside the road, and so I literally just got out of my car on the side of the road and took figures and put them in the flower bed and everything. I know I looked probably super ridiculous to people, but I don't care. Zoom out a little, because I want to fix this little dot here on his arm, because that's annoying. Like I was saying earlier, I don't like photoshopping things that are like in the shadow area, because it's a little bit of a shadow right here, and it's a little bit of a highlight right here, and I normally don't like doing that, just because of, it never looks right to me. But, you know, it looked fine on that one. We just gotta make sure we use a smaller brush. And it's 6, so that should be small enough. There we go. It's good. Not super clean, but good enough. There we go. I'm not sure which one I'm going to use on Instagram and which one I want to use on, I'm going to zoom out on all of them, or on all of it. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure which one I'm going to use on Instagram. I think actually I'm probably going to use this one just because of it is a little more zoomed in. So you'll be able to see the figure better because it's going to be just like on a phone screen. So it's not going to be near this big, and so it's not going to be as easily seen. This one I'm going to post on my Patreon so everyone can see all the nice pretty flowers and everything. So I really like these flowers here in the background here, how they're just nice and soft, little swash of color on the back. I like that a lot. And I like how there's some flowers here. I feel like there's not near as many flowers in this one. I mean, clearly there's not as many flowers in this one because it's cropped in and everything. But I wish it had more. But you know what you're gonna do. It's winter. And so I think I'm gonna, yeah, definitely gonna post this one on Instagram. No, backwards. I'm gonna post this one on Patreon and this one on Instagram. Because as I was saying, my photos on Patreon are like the extras, like, yeah, they're extras. I feel like I don't like saying that because they're beyond that, really. They have shots on there that are completely different from anything I've posted on my accounts and stuff, just because of I don't like posting the same props too often. And so normally whenever I have like a photo shoot day, I get like a million shots with the same prop. I get as many as I can possibly think of, and then I pick like 3 or 4 to put in a bank to use it on Instagram later on, and then the rest I will post on Patreon. So they're completely different photos that are not posted on my Instagram. Yeah, I take a lot of photos is what I'm getting at here. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and save this. I'm going to save both of these. I'm really annoyed that it won't let me name the files when I save them. That is really annoying. See, I don't know why this is doing that. I don't understand. Okay. See, it's saying it's saved. So I'm just going to save it as that then. Maybe that will work. Yep, there it goes. Okay. So I'm going to export this as a JPEG. When I'm saying export, I automatically think of PDF. And then this is PSD, which is pretty close. So be on the lookout for a lot of mess ups. Oh wait, I need to merge these layers together. Oh well. I'm going to merge these together because that's the layer that has all our edits on it, and that's the layer that doesn't. So I'm going to merge them together so that it's all just the one with edits, and I'm going to resave it. Oh, it says it's another one. That's annoying. Okay. So far, nothing on this Photopea thing has been like a deal breaker for me. So far, everything has been, you know, working pretty good. Yeah, there's like a few things here and there that really annoy me, but they're not like I said, like deal breakers or any sort of any. I'm so bad at words. They're not like deal breakers or anything. It's just it's every time I get a little annoyed by something on here, I just think, oh, but just imagine not having to pay for my Photoshop subscription anymore. Like, that's, like I was saying earlier, that's $10.99. I think it's $10.99. It might be more, might be less. I really don't remember. Because I know also it depends on your package or whatever you have. So, here's the rest of the photos we have. We've finished these 3 here. And I still got these from the video I just took the other day where I redid one of my old photos. It's one with the ornament that my husband and I got when we got engaged. And I took a photo of it, I think it was 2 years ago. Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago. For our like engagement anniversary. But I couldn't decide which one of these 5 photos I took that I liked better, and I took like over 100. So I'm really proud of myself for being able to narrow it down to 5. So let's go ahead and edit this one. Once again, since I don't know why it does this. Is it because it automatically just fills up the screen? I don't know. I don't know why, because like it's not this orientation in the actual file, so I don't understand why it does that. Anyway, image, transform, rotate. There. Now it's fine. See, maybe it's because of see when it's this size in the I keep pointing at this as if you can see what I'm pointing at. But maybe it's because it gets cropped off, maybe. But then again, they could just had it come in smaller. I don't know. So I'm just going to zoom out all the way. So that's the whole photo right there. I'm holding up the ornament that has a little figure right here. You can barely see it because of how zoomed in this is, or zoomed out this is. Go ahead and crop it. Have it set to 8:10 because that is the ideal ratio, I think, personally, for posting on Instagram. So there we go. Wish I had rolled up my sleeve. I don't like my sleeve in that. Whatever. See, it's all in focus. See, this is the figure I was talking about that's really badly scraped up because I've had it for so long. This is actually one of my first figures I bought, actually. And so it's pretty old. See how the paint's coming off of it? So we're definitely going to do a good bit of Photoshop on this one. I also want to get rid of the wax because I had to put a good bit of wax because of where I was terrified of the figure falling off and me losing it or accidentally stepping on it because this tree is actually in the middle of a traffic roundabout in the mall. So I was really worried about losing the figure, so I put it on way too much wax just to be on the safe side. Because this is one of my favorite figures. I did not want to lose it. So I'm going to start my edits on... I keep pointing at this screen. Like thinking like y'all can see it. I'm going to start on this end and work my way this way with all my edits. I don't know why, just to be, I don't know, more organized with it. I don't know. So I'm going to start with all this wax that's clumped up around her foot. Get the clone tool. Is it called clone tool in Photoshop? I actually don't remember. I don't actually notice. So it's K. Hit Alt to fresh out. Okay. That went a little too far. Now I'm going to try and line this up perfectly with a rope and edit a little closer that way. Let's see. Here we go. Got rid of all the wax. So I'm clean up around here a little bit. Dang it. Here we go. That is done. See? So much better. Once again, I know these edits are going to be very noticeable on my Instagram account, but if this one gets put in with my my shots on Patreon, people will be able to see it. So I want to make sure it's good. So this is going to be the hardest one right here to Photoshop, because that's just the paint coming off of her. Because I've had it for so long. Because I've been doing miniature shots like this since 2016. or 2015. I can't remember. I actually have it in my phone. Let me check. Because I have like a little countdown app on my phone, and it's like I like to remember like anniversaries of random things, but my memory's terrible. So I have a little app that reminds me of all these things. Okay, so I've been doing nothing but miniature shots on my account since September of 2016. But my first miniature shot was March of that year. So yeah, it's been, let's see, exactly, not exactly, but it's been like 1,300 days. So, since I've been doing this, so it's about 3 years. Yes, yeah, actually, it's been almost 4 years. I need to figure out what I'm going to do for like my miniature photo anniversary. Because before that, my account was just like a normal personal account that I used for like, because I was in a sorority in college, and I had to get one for that. So there, fix the leg, or at least that part of the leg anyway. God, I dread doing this one. This is going to be so hard to do. Because there's really not enough color to pull from in order to really cover it really well. I'm going to have to like pretty much redo her whole leg. God, I really need to get this one painted. But like I said, I went to the game shop and I passed out my business cards everywhere to people who like paint the Warhammer figures and everything like that. And no one has contacted me yet. I thought someone would have contacted me by now. I'm not loving this. It's looking kind of flat, but I mean, not much I can do about it. To get the basic color down, and then I'm gonna like fix it up a little. I'll go ahead and fix this one. Actually, it doesn't look too bad. I mean, I keep thinking in terms of it looking how it looks zoomed in, and I always forget that when it's zoomed out, it's probably gonna look fine. Let me just zoom out. Yeah, it does look a little flat. But that's what happens when you, like, you know, completely edit a whole big swatch or something like that. Like, see, this is with our edits, this is without. I guess it's not too bad. I didn't think of fixing this, though. This is not going to be an easy one to do either, because not being able to see the exact size of the little thing is going to be difficult to line up perfectly. There, I didn't get lined up perfectly, but good enough. I feel like I just keep saying, oh, good enough, over and over in the stream. But I have to recognize that only I can see the photos that's zoomed in and see the mistakes. No one else can. One of my like New Year's resolutions this year is to try and take these things a little less seriously and try to relax a little more about my work, because of I do thousands of photos and I go and edit them to this detail, and I'm gonna get fried after a while. Like, I'm gonna be burnt out, and I don't want that to happen, because I do these photos for the living, you know, so I can't get burnt out of doing what I do for a living. That's not how you pay bills. So, trying to fix her hair. There we go. Yeah, I don't like that. See, also when you're zoomed in, it looks like you've done a lot more than you really have. Like, this looks like I fixed a lot of the photo, when really it's just a really extremely small portion. Okay, I might actually have to bring in some color from this arm in order to fix this one. Okay, I hate that. Never mind. This figure is a really pain in the butt to fix. I really need to get this one repainted. Yeah, I'm not liking any edits I do on her arm here. Granted, some of this is not like paint coming off. Some of it might be highlights because, you know, it is plastic and it was a really bright day. So I'm trying to keep track of like time because I'm doing this in my office, or our office, my husband and I's office, and so I had to kick him out in order to do this because doing these streams and videos and stuff in front of him just for some reason made me extremely uncomfortable and nervous. And I can't do them with him in the room. I can't do it. So poor thing has been exiled to our living room. And I feel bad because I streamed it last night too. And so I feel kind of bad, but not bad enough. And so I think he's in there watching, like, I think he's like binge watching some Netflix show or something right now. So he's not totally bored right now. It's just, you know, he can't play Warhammer in here. Because also, you know, when he gets angry at one of his units or something, I don't want him yelling something. Okay, that does not look good. Alright, I think that's good. It looks kind of flat. It looks even more flat than her leg, but when you zoom out, her leg looks totally fine. So, yeah, see, that's the whole photo right there. I think about this, I'm probably going to have to crop in even more because you really can't see the figure at all. And I'm putting my phone up against it on the screen, and it's like way bigger than my phone. And that's because the pictures are going to be going on like my Instagram, and so they need to at least be visible through the phone. So what I think I'm going to do is I want to save this one, and then I'm going to use this one for the Patreon, and then I want to crop in and use that for Instagram. Like I want to crop in, and I'll probably crop out most of my hand, maybe. I don't know, because like I want to crop it from right here. But I think it looks weird cropping it before you see where the string is, like where it's hanging on my hand. I think it looks kind of weird. Like it looks like my hand's just kind of floating there, and so is the ornament. I know it's weird. I know that like people like know it's probably hanging on my, like one of my fingers or something when they see it cropped in, but I don't know. I want to make sure it looks perfect. I take my Instagram admittedly a little too seriously, so that's probably why. Might also want to burn and dodge some spots here. Finally do something a little different than just constantly using clone tool. So where is it? Here's dodge. That will make things lighter, and then the burn tool makes things darker. See the little logo for the dodge tool? I keep pointing at something on my screen, like you all can see me when I'm pointing. Okay, so the dodge tool, see how it looks like a lollipop kind of thing? I think that's because of in dark rooms, the actual tool we use for dodging things is literally a round like disc of plastic on a stick, and you wave it over areas to make them lighter because of you're not having it exposed as much in the oh god, what's those things called? It's been so long since I've been in an actual darkroom, I don't remember what they're called. But the actual, like, the light that exposes the image. See, anyway, this much bigger. Like, much bigger. That's good. So this is the lighting one. This is dodge. So I'm going to zoom out all the way on my photo. And then, well, really nothing needs to be lighter. Or, yeah, lighter. So maybe, like, some areas right there. Oh, that's way too, yeah, that's up too high. Okay. Oh, that's why exposure's on 50% lowered. I normally never have it higher than that. Just subtle little things here. Just to make more of the tree kind of come out. And then try and fix a little bit of the shadow that's on my sleeve. Because that's my head, right there. That's the shadow of my head. And then, because I don't like my shadows and everything being like stark. So I will dodge a little bit over the shadows. And then burn a little bit over the highlights. That's fine. Definitely cannot have 50%. That is way too high. Make this a bit bigger too. And just kind of go with the curves in my hand a little, just add a little bit of detail back in. Dodge over this, 'cause it looks a little blown out. And then a little bit of the highlights of this tree here. There, I think it looks much better. Yeah. Might dodge a little more in my hand. Just kind of go with the natural curves a little bit so it doesn't look too weird. Okay, that's good. Yeah, okay. Let's see, anything else I might need to do with this? I think that's good. So, merge down. Because right now we have two layers we have two layers going. We have the top layer, which is where all our edits are, and then we have the bottom one, which is the original image. So that way, if we end up not liking it, I can just delete that whole edit layer and it'll be fine. Not have to like hit the back button a million times. So, where's the, oh, here it is. Okay. Still mad they won't let me edit the name. But I can probably go back in and edit it later, but that's kind of annoying to do. Okay. Now export as JPEG. Now I'm going to go in, crop it a little bit more, because honestly, this is too zoomed out for you to be able to see the figure like at all on your phone. So okay. Still don't love that. I might end up using one of the other shots where my hand's a little more, not really compact, but it's not taking up this much of the screen to where I can crop it a little more in. I do like how it kept a lot of these ornaments, because I didn't like how there wasn't a whole lot of ornaments throughout the tree, to where it wasn't quite as obvious what I was taking a photo in front of. So, that's good. Save as PDF. Now, let's see. I'm going to zoom out until it's about the size that it would be on a screen. Let's see, I can put my phone up against it. Actually, it'd be even smaller than that. Okay. So that, for me anyway, I don't know for you like watching this, unless maybe you're watching this video, it's like, or this live stream on full screen. But that's about how it would be on my phone. And that is way too small. Yeah, that's not going to work. So I'm going to try one of the other ones. This one looks like I can probably crop it in on the hand pretty well. I don't know why it does this. Image, transform, rotate. There. Is this focus? Yeah, okay. It's just really stark lighting. Okay. I keep hitting the buttons for zoom out that's on Photoshop and not on this. And I'm confused why it's not working. I'm so silly. Okay, so this makes it where I can crop in a lot closer because my hand's not taking up so much space. Because see, I can crop up most of my hand. There we go. That's much better. Oh my god, it's so much better. So if anyone like is watching the video right now has any questions, feel free to ask, because I'm going through these a lot faster than I thought I would, so I may not like have enough photos on here. Like I have like thousands on my computer over here, but I would have to like send them to myself to get them over here, or put them on a USB stick and walk over here and do it, which I don't want to do on stream. Just checking on the Instagram stories right now. Also checking my messages. I am really bad about remembering to check my messages on Instagram. Really bad about it. Because I have like 4 or 5 accounts that I have to check the messages for. Okay. I do like how the ornaments are a little less in focus in this shot than they are in the other. I just wish I could have moved one ornament here. But, I mean, obviously this isn't my tree. This is a tree that's in a roundabout at the mall. So I couldn't actually, like, move the ornaments around. Is it a little crooked to you? Yeah, well, it's kind of crooked. Okay. I'm going to try and recrop it, and this time I'm going to rotate it a little bit so she's not so crooked. There. Much better. Now, make another layer. This will be for our edits. Can I edit that name? No. That's kind of annoying. I should be able to. Oh well. Doesn't really matter, I guess. And then I do all these edits all over again. we go. Then move the string over. And there we go. Yeah, fix the color on that. We got that fixed. Now, can't even tell that she has too much wax on her. God, I have like a really bad toothache. Ugh. I know I need to go to the dentist for it, but I cannot afford that. So if I stop talking for long periods of time, it's because my jaw started hurting too much. Yeah, the not being able to just move the image over when you're scrolled in is really annoying. But still not a deal breaker. Because it's really nice to be able to edit from over here instead of over there. Because over here, I have a chair that I can sit in. And I do not have a chair over there because it's on my dresser. Oop. Because the green dresser that's over there behind me, that has my work computer on top of it, actually has all of my like crafting supplies and art supplies and figures and those sorts of stuff. Like anything I can possibly need for like props or a photo, it's over there. I think it's good. Sometimes you gotta zoom out from your work and make sure it looks all fine. Yeah, see, I don't like these little dots right here. I'm gonna go in and fix that. I zoomed in too much. There. I thought that really shows you just how zoomed in I was. Like, I know these edits in the long run like don't really matter on Instagram because of, one, it's Instagram, don't take it too seriously, but also because like the photo's not even gonna be that big on like someone's screen. Now it's time to fix her hair and her arm. Now you may also be wondering, oh Megan, why don't you just buy new figures if these figures are all scratched up and old and broken and everything? Well, it's because some of these figures are actually been discontinued. Like they don't make them anymore. Or they were just really hard to find and get, they're expensive or something. Because there was, a good example is, what set was that one? I'm trying to remember. I have a set that like, the rowboats I was talking about from the figure in the first photo I edited on the stream. That set sometimes can go as high as $40-something now because it's discontinued, I think. It's the only reason I can think of why it'd be so expensive. But sometimes you can find it for a little cheaper, but it's normally like they're pretty expensive. So I don't want to have to pay that. So I will just keep using it and I will just Photoshop for hours instead. Maybe when I start making like a little bit more money, I can start replacing figures a little more regularly, but right now I can't, so. But I do like, I'm like on eBay like all the time looking for figures and stuff though. I'm not looking for new ones I don't have yet. I'm looking for placements of old ones that need to be replaced. So that's good. It looks better than the first one we did actually. There we go. Now I think we'll go ahead and edit the lion. However, that's going to be a whole nother thing. So I'm going to make actually a third edit layer. And I'm going to edit the line on this one. Because it looks a little burnt out. Just because of it was quite bright that day. So just put burn tool a little bit here and there. I'm going to zoom in and actually like burn like into the edges like of his face so his face is a little more noticeable, because right now it's kind of blown out like I said. So I'm going to I'm going to burn little shaded areas so they're a little more noticeable so he doesn't look so blown out. So this should make his eye a little more noticeable. This was fur stand out. There. It's probably not a huge difference, but it's enough for me. I might actually put up the exposure a little bit, maybe in the shadows. Yeah, you can pretty much not see his nose at all because of how blown out he is. So, that does not look good. What is the hardness is up too high? That's why. Now I'm going to go in and kind of burn the already a little darker areas in his fur so that they stand out a little bit better and don't look so blown out. It's a little big. Oh, way too big, way too big. There. Not a huge difference, but a difference. My goal isn't to cover up or redo an entire photo with Photoshop. My goal is to just enhance what I've already taken. You know, sort of like how my mom described how makeup should be, you know? You're not supposed to cover up your entire face. You're supposed to just enhance your face. There we go. Let's see if there's anything I can do about how blown out everything is. Let's see if there's anything I can do about that. Go in levels. Okay, so that is not at all what it looks like in Photoshop, so I'm not going to bother with that right now. New curves, that's easier. That. A little better. Now I'm going to do a little bit of the burn tool on my hand because my hand looks a little blown out as well. There. Much better. Now I don't like some kind of corpse hand. So my husband was calling it the other day. I think it was this one. Was this one or no? It was the shot where I'm stirring the hot chocolate that I posted on Instagram a few days ago. He said it looked like my hand was like a corpse hand because of it was kind of the flash had like gotten most of the color out, like didn't really show the color in my skin, so it did not look great. So merged all the layers together, so now it's just the layer that has all our edits on it. I'm going to save that. I think this is going to be the one I post on Instagram, and the one we worked on earlier, I think that's the one I'll post on Patreon. I don't really know where it's sending all these files because it's not showing up in the folder. Let's show you. Yeah, it's not showing up in my desktop. Move these out of the way. That's just a thumbnail for the stream today. See, are they moving them here? No, they're not moving them here. Are they in downloads maybe? No, I don't want to open that up on stream. Yes, it looks like they are going in downloads. Maybe? Yeah. Looks like they are going in downloads. Okay. Good. So I know where they are now. I was getting worried. I think if I end up getting done with my photoshopping work too early, I might go ahead and like play a little something because I have like a bunch of free stuff on my my Steam account. Let's see. I'm going to show you all the picture that. Actually, why am I doing it on my phone? I can just show you online. Ignore that. It was this one here that my husband said made it like I had a corpse hand because of the flash of my camera had to be pretty high up in order because it's taken in this right here. It's actually taken right over there on that backdrop, and so it has to be the flash has to be pretty powerful and bright to make it through in this room because it's so dark. Because this is it with the lamp, most of the lamps on. Like it is not a very bright room, but it's the only place where I could set up. So yeah. But that looks a little better than the corpse hand in the other photo. It still has a little bit of the coloring in it, so I think it'll be fine. Alright, now I need to actually work on the photos for In Motion with Megan, my other account. Let's see if it'll work. It does take a second. It takes long enough to where I'm starting to get worried. Like, is it going to work? Is it going to work? Okay, it's not working very quickly. That is concerning. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Yes. Okay. Okay, so that doesn't work on this one. Okay, the back button doesn't want to work either. Cool. There. we go. Now this is like something for my InMotion account, my other one. It's just a Christmas themed comic book from Umbrella Academy, and then I have Funko Pop of Joye from My Chemical Romance, who actually writes this comic, or at least one of the artists and writers and stuff. So I have it with some hot cocoa, and I don't know, I just like it. So I thought it'd be a good Christmas photo. Now these I edit a little differently. These I make brighter and up the contrast a little. Oh wait, I forgot to do the edit layer. Now these this one I will put through my Lightroom, because I have to use the preset for it to be on my feed, and that's good. Let's see if I need to zoom in and do anything. Get any dust off the comic book or something. I do not like how it's harder to move around this at all. Do not like that. Probably there's dust on him because he's usually on my like the shelves above my TV. There's a little speck of dust right here. I'm going to fix that. There, got that finished. See, when I'm zoomed in this far in, you can tell this is not actually a wooden thing that it's on. It's actually a vinyl backdrop. I might need to clean up the hot cocoa, because I made a big mess making this thing. I made a huge mess. It went everywhere. So the sides of the cup are not clean, like at all. Yeah, it looks like I didn't actually mix the mix very well, but I did. So I'm going to get rid of the big, like, blaring dots in here. Here we go. Now I'm only going to use one as a export this one. I'm not going to bother saving this one as a PSD. Oh crap, I forgot to do the layers. Now I'm going to go on my other window on the other side of my computer. I'm going to email this to myself real quick so that I can put this in Lightroom. Yeah, I'm going to do it on my phone. So now I email it to myself. Now I'm going to go on my email. I don't want y'all seeing, like, I don't need to have everyone know my personal email account. So I'm going to save it to my phone. Then I'm going to open Lightroom. Actually, I'm going to do this in like a full screen. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to do Lightroom on here. It's in my folder. It's called Make It Cute. That's all my Photoshop and editing stuff. Just gotta wait for it to load up. Okay, it's making me sign in here. Okay, this is more pain than it's worth. Okay, I just recently got a new phone, and so not everything is perfectly set up yet, and it's making me re-sign into Lightroom, and I'm like, I don't remember all these passwords. I don't remember any of this. Let me try this. Nope, that's not gonna work. Maybe Google Chrome would work. Nope. Okay. Alright, fine. Whatever. I will not do that then. But I would do this on Lightroom. Use a preset that I have. It's called Rose Gold. And that's what that is. Here's the other version. This one you really can tell that it's just a vinyl flat lay backdrop thing. I really can't see the crop frame very well. There. That's good. I'm not going to care about that too much. It's just a simple crop. God. Dang it. Okay, no. Go away. Alright. Here you go. This is the same hot chocolate from that flat lay I just did. But this is taken literally just a few minutes ago. And it's like a little seal, like a circus seal, with their trainer on the marshmallows and the hot chocolate. Now, first off, I'm going to... God, well, this okay, there it goes. I'm going to dodge, like, see how it's like all gray all around here? I'm going to have to dodge all of that and make it a little brighter. But I can start off by just brightening it, since it is pretty much everywhere. There, it gets rid of most of it. God dang it, I forgot the... Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, I just didn't see it. Alright, so I did not forget to do the editing layer. There we go. This is not working very smoothly. Like, it works better if I do it really slowly. Is that making any difference at all? Let me hit the back button. A little, yeah. I'll make another layer again. I'm just going to see the difference and see what actually, because it looks like it's making a little bit of difference, but with how it's being so choppy when I move it. See how choppy it is? I'm barely moving the mouse at all. I don't know why it's being so choppy like this. Okay, now let's see. Alright, it made a little bit of a difference. Alright, so it is working. I cannot get precise with this at all. Because how choppy it is. That's real annoying. That might actually be a problem. Because I can't dodge in little tight spaces like I need to. So that actually could be a problem. Okay, I do see a few things I need to clean up. Because like I was saying, I made a huge mess with this hot chocolate. So you can see where it dripped all the way down. Yeah, see, you can see where it dripped all the way down. I thought I cleaned most of it up. I guess I didn't get all of it. Yeah, so I get really choppy with this too. Maybe it's because I've been using it for so long now. Because I've been editing for about 2 hours now. So it could be because I've been using it for so long. Anything up here? Or I have to zoom out again. I'm having to move the picture around a little bit to see what's actually like dirt on the photo and what's dirt on my screen, because I did not think to clean the screen before I started this. Yeah, I really made a huge mess with this. Got all this chocolate that just poured out the sides. Oh crap, I forgot to set it back over to Photoshop. Oops. Okay, so what I'm doing now is I am photoshopping the hot chocolate that has fallen down the side of the cup. See, that's what it was before. This is it now. Because when I made the hot chocolate, I didn't actually like measure anything out because, you know, Why would I do that? And it's a lot of it spilled over the sides. And I thought I cleaned most of it off, but I guess I didn't. So now I'm going through here and photoshopping all of the hot chocolate off. Yeah. So I'm gonna get back to it. I feel so silly for not realizing that I had it's still on whatchamacallit. On my OBS, which is what I use to stream, it's called I had it on IRL mode, but right now I call this Photoshop mode, and I forgot to switch it back over. I feel so silly now. God, it's really skipping around really bad. Like, see how you can't really see the stamp tool anymore. I think it's because I've been doing this for so long now. Because I've been using this thing steadily since 8. So I've been doing this for about 2 hours now. So it could be that it's not meant to be used for this long. And that's why it's starting not to work quite right. Oh, okay. So I was trying to edit a dirt smudge, and I was like, why is it not working? I was like, oh, it's because it's on my screen. It's not a real smudge. Okay. And that's the downside of using a really old computer screen. Yeah, I think I got most of the chocolate off. Okay, so this dirt smudge is from the setup and not my computer screen. So I'm going to clean this up too. Get it a little bit bigger just because it is a bigger smudge than what I've been working on. Where is the mouse? I can't see it now. Yeah, so now it's gotten to where I just absolutely cannot see it. Now I'm going to crop it. Now I haven't decided for this one if I'm going to crop it like this, where you can still see the whole cup and the spoon and everything in it, or I'm going to crop it out where it's going to be just a very zoomed in shot of the seal and the girl, and like still have some of the handle in it, just because I feel like it needs the handle to really be able to show what this is, you know? So I'm going to flatten this one. I'm also going to dodge just a little bit more. God, hey, how it's just, it's so glitchy. Not glitchy, but it's just like, see how it's just not smooth, gliding or anything anymore? I think it might be because of I've been using this for so long. Let's save this. Now I'm going to crop it in a good bit, like that. I don't love how this handle's in the corner like that. Not loving that. Yeah, I'm not loving that. Still not loving that, but it's better, I think. She's not in the sharpest focus as this one is, so I'm going to find the sharpen tool on here. See, I don't know where it is. Here it is. Make it a little bigger, sharpness down. Just sharpen her up a little bit. And I'm also going to clean up the seal. Since the other one didn't matter as much because of you really couldn't see little dots in the seals near as much because it wasn't zoomed in as much. However, now that it is a little more cropped in, I feel like the little specks on the seal might be noticeable more. So I'm going to clean him up a little. God, it is clearly not running near as smoothly as it was earlier when I first started. Looks fine though, but it is concerning that it's not running near as smoothly now. Okay, piece of string. I don't know what these little white hair things are on all my figures, but they're on all of my figures. And I do not know where they came from. I don't know what they are or what. Because like they look kind of like really small dog hairs, but I don't have a dog. Neither have I ever had a dog. Not since I was like a little kid. So I don't know what these could possibly be from. If y'all have any theories about what they could possibly be, please let me know, because I am open to hearing theories about this, because they're literally on all of my figures. All of them. Even the ones that like I keep in their cases, they're on them too. Okay, I'm gonna clean up right here. I forgot. I'm also cooking some pulled pork in my slow cooker, and I need to make sure it's not too close to when I have to pick it out. Okay, it's not for a long time. Okay, I still got quite some time. Okay, now I'm going to dodge a little bit more. God, it's just really annoying how it's not going smoothly anymore. There we go. Let's see. Now I'm going to do, oh, here we go. This is going to be one of the behind the scenes shots that I do. Let's see if it will work. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. Yeah, there. See how she's like barely hanging on there? She fell over. Yeah, see, occasionally, or well, a lot, my figures will fall while I'm taking shots of them. And sometimes I'll just go ahead and take the picture like I normally would, and even with the figure like dangling like that. And I like to post them on, sometimes like I have them like in the story on my Instagram, but I normally just post them on Patreon. It's like, hey, behind the scenes, this is what happens. Because, you know, I don't want to think that like these photos, they're always perfect and, you know, nothing ever goes wrong. Because that's not the case at all. Like, figures fall in my food all the time. And so I just want to showcase sometimes that, you know, hey, it's not all perfect. Sometimes I get a plastic figure in my food. Why is that not looking quite right? This is really not working well anymore. I can't see the cursor. Where'd it go? I think that this shot is really supposed to showcase, you know, the flaws that happen with the photos. I think I'm gonna just dodge it so that way you can actually see it a little more clearly, and then leave the chocolate and stuff that's on there. Yeah, this is really jagged. I don't know why it's not running smoothly anymore. I don't know if you can hear it like on the speaker of the that I'm using on here, but my computer's also starting to kind of sound loud too. There, that should take care of that. Now I'm just going to export this one. I want to keep this one long instead of cropping it because I might use this one in a story and I would need it to be that big. So see, next one is, I don't remember what figure this one is. Okay, sleigh. There we go. Now I'm going to just start out with brightening it a little bit and upping the contrast some, just to limit how much dodging I have to do in the back, just because of it's not running very smoothly anymore. There. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the editing layer. See, I have the dodge tool already ready. Actually, I take it back. I'm going to go ahead and crop it because Maybe the problem is not that I've been using for too long. Maybe it's because of how big the photos are, maybe? I don't know. Go. Now this one I'm definitely gonna have to crop in when I post it on Instagram. So this full size one is the one I'm gonna post on Patreon, and the cropped in one is the one I'm gonna post on Instagram. So really anyone watching this stream gets a sneak peek of all the stuff I'm posting on Patreon. So I'm gonna dodge some. It's not running smoothly at all anymore. I don't know why. Maybe I exit it out and start it over? Maybe? That might work. Yeah, after I'm done with this one, I think I want to do that. Okay, clone tool. Need a little bigger than that. That should be good. And remember, like, I have hardness all the way down on here, so it's not a sharp edge when you're doing it, because that never looks right. Why is it not working? There. That took a few tries. God, I don't know why it's not working. Because now it's like it's taking color from somewhere else. Why does it look like that? I'm afraid this isn't going to be very interesting because I'm just photoshopping little dots over and over. But there's some problems I'm seeing right now already where like you can't find the cursor all the time, and like sometimes like if I move it a little too much it will disappear, and that's a problem. But you know, I'm still just keeping in mind this is a free program. Like, it can't be too critical. I mean, I think it's a little silly for me to be using a free program but expecting it to run like one that I've paid over $100 for in the past. So I recognize that's not exactly reasonable. Okay, that's good. See, here's it edited. Here's it without the edits. See, you can't tell that I overflow the hot chocolate at all now. Okay, I'm going to do a little more dodging up here. God, it's really noticeable with the dodging tool that it's really jagged and not running very smoothly anymore. What I might do after I'm done with this one is exit out of the program completely and then start back up again, and maybe that would fix it. I don't know. I'm going to use the sharpen tool a little bit on the figures. Where is it? Here it is. There we go. Yeah, I think this one's done. Now I'm going to crop it in, because like the other ones, I'm going to have one here that's for Instagram and one that's here for Patreon. See how it looks cropped in so much you can't really see the handle? Because I still don't like the handle. Alright, I like that. That looks pretty good. So I'm going to export this. Well, I'm going to save this as a PDF. Not PDF. I keep calling it PDF. It's not. PSD. And then I'm going to export it as JPEG. Okay, now I'm going to exit out completely. And just give it like a few seconds. So we'll switch back to IRL. This time, hopefully, I'll remember to switch back to the Photoshop mode when I bring it back up. I'm just going to give the Photopea just like a few minutes just to, I don't know, catch up. I don't know, because it's starting to mess up pretty bad. Whereas you can tell, the movement's not as smooth anymore, which I'm worried is going to affect how the edits look. Like if the brush is not moving smoothly, then it's not applying whatever it's applying very smoothly either, like paint would in real life. So I'm a little worried about that. So I'm going ahead and, like I said, I'm just going to exit out of it, refresh it entirely. Yeah. So I guess I'm just going to take this like a few minutes just to talk about my work and other little things like that. Just, you know, like I said, to wait. And so in case you can't tell from all the photos I've been editing, I work mostly with miniature figures, usually on food, but on other stuff as well, like flowers and stuff, as you've seen. And I have an Instagram account where I have, I think, over 800 images on it right now. 800, I mean 100, I mean 1,800. I have over 1,800 images on it right now of like just miniature figures, you know, doing everyday things. But a little differently because the everyday things are too big for them to use. So I also have a secondary account in Motion with Megan, which is like sort of like a lifestyle blog thing. I don't really know what you would call it. But I pretty much, when I started doing nothing but miniature figures a few years ago, I started getting worried that I would get burnt out of it after a while. Only be able to post that and not be able to share like selfies with my friends, or when I'm wearing a cute outfit that day, or when my husband and I went out to eat or something like that. I thought maybe that would start feeling claustrophobic creatively, if that makes any sense. So I started another account, which is the In Motion with Megan, which is literally everything else I could ever want to post, I post on there. Which usually just comes out to hot chocolate, books, and my outfits, which is usually what it comes down to. And then, you know, the crappy fast food my husband and I eat. Yeah. So I also have a Patreon now, which I recently just started up and everything, and that has like all the extra photos. As you've seen throughout the stream, there are different photos I'll use for different things. Patreon will get one version, Instagram will see another version. Patreon will also get extras usually. Usually for every photo I take, there's like a billion more, and those get posted to not Instagram, to Patreon. So for like I think it's $5 a month, you'll be able to see all that stuff on there. And then after I can't remember which tier. I can't remember all the tiers because I recently had to change them. There's a tier you can get to where I will send you a print every month, and you can have one of these prints like hang on your wall or something like that. So that was nice. So that's just something to think about, you know, for Christmas for your family members. If you still haven't gotten anything for them yet, you can get them a subscription to my Patreon so they can see all the photos, or they can get sent one every month, which will be a really nice little gift, I think. So the link to that is in the description bar below the stream. It's also on in the description bar of all of my videos, so you can easily find it. So okay, now back to the point of the stream. I think I've given the Photopea enough time to refresh now. I'm going to try it again. Okay, so I'm going to try Photopea. I have it set up here on my bookmarks so I can find it easily. Because I do actually use this a good bit. Like I haven't used it to this extent yet, but I've used it for like little things here and there. It's like, oh, I forgot to dodge this little corner before I post. I need to do it real quickly. I'll do it on Photopea real quick, or something like that. Or if I'm home, or by home I mean at my parents' house, and I don't have a way to use the Photoshop because I don't like doing the Photoshop on the tiny screen of my laptop. Because it's been plugged, my laptop's been plugged into that big screen over there for so long that it doesn't load up Photoshop quite right anymore. So, yeah, that's the thing. Image, transform, rotate. There we go. It's almost like I'm reciting like some kind of incantation or something like that. Okay, so this one you're gonna have to see. You probably can tell I'm gonna have a little more work to do with this one because it has all this right here. Because that's the corner of my backdrop. Like I broke a bowl a few weeks ago, and I kept all the pieces so I could take photos of it later. And I just haven't done it yet. So that's all the pieces of that bowl right there. That's the edge of the backdrop because it's just a piece of vinyl rolled over some cardboard. That's all it is. So I'm probably going to end up cropping most of that out because it's kind of far from the rest of the image. So I'm going to crop it. I have to rotate this a little bit. See, I don't like how it does the rotate on this. You can't quite tell for certain if that's going to be good enough. I'm not going to be able to eyeball it, but okay, so I don't love how the spoon is right here. I don't like that. So what I might do is crop that, then edit layer. I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to see if I can Photoshop this out. Clone tool, set it a little bit bigger. Actually, a good bit. No, that's way too big. Yeah, that's good. All right. Yeah, you can see, I don't know why I keep pointing at the screen, but you can see the edge of the where I've been using the clone tool, and it's really sharp. It doesn't look quite right, so turn the hardness down. It also shows just how jagged this thing is. Like I was saying earlier about how if the cursor's moving jaggedly, then it's not going to apply whatever I'm using very smoothly. So like if you're moving a paintbrush jaggedly, it's not going to apply the paint very smoothly. There. Got most of that. Now it's time for the hard part, which is photoshopping all the stuff around it. I really don't like that I can't move this. Okay, I really don't like that. Anyway. I'm going to do another layer because this is going to be difficult, so this is going to be a process, man. Okay. I'll make this a little bit smaller. Okay, well, why is this not working? Oh my god. Okay, there we go. See, it's not doing it quite right. Now I'm just going to do initial swashes over just to get the basic colors down what I need, and then I can go in later for detail work to clean it all up. Which I'm worried this is not going to be able to do since it's not being very precise. I don't know how that's going to handle doing the detail work very well. Now I'm just going to go in here a little bit different strokes just so it's not solid the same, because it's so blurred out in the background it's not going to really notice. It's not going to be very noticeable if it's not all perfect. Alright, so that's that. That's it with the basic stuff down. Zoom it all the way out and see if I like it that way. Yeah, I like it way better that way without the spoon. That looks so much better without the spoon, I think. So another good thing about the dodging tool is that it can clean up like a little bit of like the hard edges. You can see a little bit. Once you go when you have the dodging tool over it, it's not going to be near as noticeable. Okay, turn that down. That does not need to be on 50%. Okay, it's running a little bit smoother. Okay, so it must have just been because of how long I've been using that one. Or not that one. How long I've been using it on that like browser or whatever. I'm not sure what you're saying, how I'm saying it. If I'm saying it right. But you know, like I've been using it on that. I really don't know the word I'm trying to think of. I don't know. I'm so fried right now. Because I've just been using it at that one whole long time, and now that I've refreshed it, it's like it's back to the starting how it was. So that's better. The clone tool still isn't quite working right, but at least this is working better. Like I don't think this thing was meant to be used for 3 hours straight, so I'm probably not using this for the intended purpose. There we go. I think it looks really good. Now I'm going to copy this layer again, and I'm going to work on spilled hot cocoa right here. And if I had known this was going to cause me so much trouble in Photoshop, I probably would just, I don't know. I would say clean it up a little better, but I thought I cleaned it up pretty fine. Now I'm having to pretty much select a new color every time I move around the not dodge tool, the clone tool, because it's not, the source of the color is not going smoothly along with my cursor, so it's not lining up quite right. Like, once again, I'm not sure if I'm saying all this right, because I'm not sure the terms for some of these things, because, you know, it's not labeled on here what each thing is. They are labeled like, okay, this is the clone tool, but where the source is coming from is not labeled as, okay, that is the source, and the like little arrow or whatever, or the little X marks a spot of where it goes. It's not labeled as something else. So I'm not sure what to call these things, but I mean, it's probably different in every program, honestly. Like, what it's called here is probably not what it's called in Photoshop, I would imagine. There we go. I've gotten the hang of it where I Photoshopped it much faster this time. There we go. Clean that up. I think that's fine. And there we go. Now I'm going to try and merge all of the edit layers so I can really see the difference that all my edits made. Yeah. I think out of all the photos I photoshopped today, I think this one has the biggest difference just because we took out that whole spoon that's in there. I think it needs to be rotated again, but it's so hard to rotate the images slightly and not just, you know, like full 180. I might just do that in Instagram, the app, because it's easier to do. So dodge a little bit on the edge here. Okay. I'm actually gonna, it's a little dark, so I'm gonna put a little bit there. And then sharpen tool. A little bigger. Go. Oh, it's at 50%. No wonder why it looks weird. Okay, that also should not be that high up. That's why it was looking weird earlier. I noticed it was looking weird earlier. I couldn't pinpoint why. There we go. I'm going to double check and make sure it looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine. You also can't see the little string that's hanging off of him that I've had to Photoshop in the past photos with him. Okay. Flatten image completely. Save that. And then export JPEG. Because I don't think Instagram will let you upload images in a PSD format. I think it has to be JPEG or TIFF or PNG, PNG, whatever it is. Okay, let's see what's another one. Almost done. I only have like a few more photos left. These are not going to need near as much editing as these do, like miniature shots do. So this is like nothing. This doesn't take any time at all. It's really just cropping. Image, transform, rotate. It really does sound like an incantation at this point. Now I'm going to crop this 8x10 again. Now this real little red line tells me that this is the center, and it's centered and everything. However, whenever I have like a little figure that's a car and it's carrying something and I want it to seem like it's carrying the stuff forward, I have the car with the figure like a little further back. Does that make any sense? It's not centered, it's a little further back, so that way it looks like it's moving somewhere. If that makes any sense. I feel like half the things I'm saying aren't making any sense, and I'm sorry about that. Honestly, I don't think there's really much editing I need to do on this one, because you can't see the spilt hot cocoa on this one at all. Oh, but you can see where I still have stuff on it from my last shot. Okay. Yeah. It still needs to be rotated a little bit. God, I wish it... There. That's gotten more annoying than I thought it would be. Okay, so I'm going to use dodge tool again. Not dodge. Clone. Make it a little bit bigger. And then... Okay, that didn't work quite right. Alright, let's try this one then. Okay, so that's not going to work. Alright, because they're just slightly at a different, they're at a different enough angle where just cloning one over is not going to work. So I'm going to have to clone this from the bottom. It's not very easy to get straight, I'm noticing. God. Not being able to see the cursor is very annoying. Okay, I think the problem now is that this is just too big. Clean that up a little. Now I'm going to move one of the tops of these over to the top of this one, since it was so messy. It was just no way of saving it really. Make it big again. There, a little better. All right. There, clean that up a little. Now I'm gonna make this a good bit smaller and actually harden it up a little. The way the edges are a little sharper. And clean up the edge there. Wait, what's going on? Why did that? Okay, that's too hard. I should stay with the... That's good. There we go. Let's see how that looks. Looks terrible. I'll just go with a dirty one. Doesn't look great, I'm not gonna lie. Might need to clean up just a little bit. Right here it's a problem. It looks a little blurry. Go. There we go. Got that cleaned up a little bit. Go. Clean that up. That's good. There we go. Much better. Yeah. See, the red stuff that's on the top of these is actually sauce from, I think Dango is how you pronounce it? No, no. Dango. That I gotten from the Japanese festival near my apartment like forever ago, and I just cannot clean it all off. Like if I know it's gonna be that big of a mess. I still want to take the photo. Who am I kidding? Okay, for this edge, just needed a little. Here we go. This needs to be a little harder. There. Nope. Well, why is that not working? Oh, okay. I had the layer knocked off, so that's dumb. Okay. Now, before I bother with all of the dodging I have to do in the background there, I need to. Wait, what's going on? Oh, ratio. 8 by 10. Will this make it straighter? God, now it's more curved to the other side. I really don't like how this crop tool works. Or the rotating anyway. That's a little better. Now, dodge tool. You think I would just have it memorized by now where the dodge tool is. Harness down. Actually, harness all the way down. And it's starting to get a little choppy again. I haven't decided yet if I want to get rid of the spoon in this one too or not. I might do one with a spoon and one without the spoons, just so when it's time for me to post it, I'll have some options. Because if I took the spoon out, I could reasonably make this a square. And that doesn't, like I was saying earlier, the reason I crop it at this size, which is 8 by 10, is because it takes like a second or so longer for someone to scroll past it on their feed. Also, because it makes the photo a little bit, it stretches the photo out a little bit on the feed, so that way little figures don't look quite as little and they're a little more noticeable and they pop a little better and everything. The closest I will get to like a landscape on Instagram is a square. I will not post more, like, no, I won't. Just because it makes it smaller and the figures are already so small that I really just don't think it will do well. So Yeah. So I think I'll save this, and then I'm going to then do another one where it's without the spoon, because the spoon on this one will be super easy to Photoshop out. So. I love the color of this mug. This is like one of my favorite mugs. And I own a lot of them. Just because it's so happy. Look at that. It's so bright and yellow. I love it. Get a little bigger. Hardness down. See? Easy peasy. Now I'm going to crop it to a square because now it looks weird being this long. It looks unnecessary. So squares 1 by 1. Also gives us an opportunity to rotate it just a little hair more. No. I don't think I'm ever going to be happy with this one. Okay, I'm going to dodge it just a touch more. Where is the dodge tool? How do I keep losing it? You think with how much I've been using it today, you think I would automatically just by muscle memory know exactly where it is. But no. I really like how bright and colorful this one is. Because like it has the bright pop of yellow right there in the center, with a bright white right there, and then it has like some green right there. Oh, I really like this one. Now I want to see. I want to actually pump up the saturation on this a little. That looks almost no different at all. There, you can see it really good in the yellow. Yeah, I want to do that. Then save this one as a PSD again. And then save it also as a JPEG. Yeah, I think if I post this one, I think I'm going to post this one instead because I really like it without the spoon. So my tooth is starting to really bother me. Now it's time to start photoshopping these. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and I forgot to even go through these. So these are the ones from the video I was talking about earlier that I took where I redid one of my old photos. I might go in and try and find the photo, but I don't want to scroll through. I haven't got, who am I kidding? I want to do it. See, which shot is it? It is. Scroll through. See, like I said, I have like 1,800 shots on here. I'm pretty sure it's one I did last year, so I shouldn't have scrolled too far. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's one I did last year. Yeah, because it was for like the anniversary of my husband and I getting engaged. Which should have been after this, because this is in December, right? Yeah. This is December, so it would have been this January, right before we got married. This is taking me longer than I expected. here it is. Okay, this is the shot that I'm redoing with these photos. It's on my old backdrop, which is why it has like this line here, where it's darker right here and lighter right here. Because this is like it was 2 plates, not plates. I call them plates, but they weren't. They were pieces of tile that I gotten from like Lowe's or something, and they were propped up like this, where the bottom was right here. It was propped up like that. It was held up by like jars of stuff and things, and until I got the white background. It was before I did this one, which is a trifold with some vinyl rolled over top, and I like that way better. And so that's what caused this like divide of color, which I really hate. I hate that. I thought it looked great at the time. No, I didn't think it looked great. I thought it looked okay, and I thought it looked, still looked professional. I thought, because of still all white or whatever. But now I have that, and that looks just infinitely better. And then I have the same figure sitting down on the string for the ornament down. Someone right here is helping her. As you will see from the photos, this figure has seen a lot of wear and tear in the past year. So, yeah. Yeah. Because this isn't photoshopped. I didn't really Photoshop my figures that much at the time. So that is what this is. It's supposed to be a redo of that. And I did a video with it, so whenever I post the video, y'all see everything I did to make this happen. So I'm going to crop it. I'm going to crop this a lot. That's still an X. 8 by 10. This one definitely needs to be an 8 by 10. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I really like this one. I might end up posting this one because I like the how the ornaments are all small and they're out of focus in the back, and so it's not as busy looking. Because let me show you what the other one looked like. Yeah, this is what the other one looked like. I'm not going to go through and try and find the edited one I did earlier on stream. But see how the tree is also still kind of in focus, and so it's kind of competing for the attention with the figure. It's kind of hard to do. It is cropped in the one I edited, but still. And then I did like how the ornaments were bigger, and you could tell they were ornaments. I do like that, but I think this is still kind of obvious, especially because there's an ornament right there, and it's Christmas time. I don't think it needs that much explanation. So I think this might be the one I post on Instagram, and I may post the other one on Patreon. So edit layer. I'm going to exit out of that one. Okay. Let's see. Is this one better? I'm going to see which one's better before I start focusing on one to edit. These look pretty much the same though. Yeah, I think I rotated this one too much. See, I really don't like how the rotating thing works on this. Because you never really can tell if you're doing it too much or too little. I don't like it. But that's the one thing I do infinitely more on Photoshop than I do on this one. Yeah, they look essentially the same. So as you can see from the close-up, this figure has worn out since the first photo here. See where she still has she has like almost all her paint still on her, and it's nearly all off right now, which makes editing a annoying little B word. Alright, so clone tool, super small, hardness all the way down. Should make it maybe smaller than that. Actually, I didn't realize I had it so zoomed in. God dang it. I really hope one of the people from the gaming store eventually call me back and be like, yo, sure, I would love to be able to paint figures for you, because I could really use some of these to be painted. But I know what you're thinking. Megan, why don't you just paint them yourself? Save you money and effort and all that stuff. Yeah, but when you also think about it, like, would it save me that much money if I had to buy all the paint for everything? You know? Like, I would have to buy the skin color, I would have to buy, like, red, I would buy all these different colors, whereas someone who does this as a hobby already owns all those colors, and I can just, you know, pay them for their labor or whatever. Because, yeah, sure, I mean, of course I would reimburse them for paint supplies and everything, but I would have to buy a whole jar of skin color for a few figures. I would try a whole thing of, like, you know, different colors to mix and get like a little dot of color that I would need, whereas he would already have, like, the person who I would hire would already have those colors already, and I would only be charged for, or I would only have to pay for the little bit of color that I used, instead of having to buy an entire jar of one color to fix one figure. Does that make sense? Yeah. This is going to be really hard to Photoshop here with this reflection here, so I'm not going to try. Actually, I might go ahead and just try and get at least the rope down to her feet. Here we go. I don't think I can. Doing reflections and stuff like that is just, it's near impossible to Photoshop, so I don't even do it unless I absolutely have to, because it's just not worth the headache to me. Just more of those little hairs. I have no idea how to get on all my figures. Just no idea. I don't know what they are because they look like dog hair to me. Dog or cat hair or something. But I don't have a cat or a dog. So it makes no sense that that would be on my figures. No sense. And plus it's on all of them. I had to just check something on my phone real quick. This looks really good. I really like this one. I think I'm going to post this one. And then I'm going to do another edit layer, and I'm going to fix up the line a little bit. Because once again, he's a little blown out. I do not need that. I need this. Definitely do not need exposure on 50%. Who does this at 50%? I'm just gonna burn some of the already, like the slightly darker areas and the shadows in the ornament, just to make it pop a little more, because he does look a little blown out just because of how bright the sun was and where I was facing and all that stuff. Well, where I had to be facing, because the other, like, this is a roundabout at the mall, so I didn't really have many options of where I could stand near this tree. So I'm just kind of like carving out his details, essentially. Let's see how that looks. That's good. I'm going to do a little bit, maybe a little higher exposure, because I think 14 is still kind of high. And I'm going to make it a little smaller, and I'm going to really go in there with the eye, because the eye is, I feel like, the focal point, you know? Not a focal point, but it's an important detail, and I feel like it's, this whole area of his face is kind of washed out, and I think I need to have something stand out a little bit, so I'm going to make sure his eye stands out, and I'm going to get just some of the bit of the fur and make sure it's extra, you know, burned, I guess, I don't know. That's good. Now take a look. Yeah, I think it looks much better, don't you think? You can really see more details in his nose and his eye now that I've carved them out with the burn tool. Much better. Let's see, did I do anything else? I feel like this wasn't like the best batch of photos for me to use for this, because of it's pretty much just all the same edits. And so I've only used like maybe 3 of the different little tools on here. I haven't really had to do too much. There are some other photos that I could have used where it's like I actually composite 4 photos together and to make one photo. That would have been a good test of this, just the juggling all the different images that would have to be used. That would be a good way to judge it. But the I don't have anything like that lately. I don't do that very often, because even on Photoshop, it's a pain in the butt. And not to mention, it just takes a certain idea to really need to do that. And what I might do, and also, I freehand most of my photos, meaning I don't use a tripod. And I can only really do those composite when I'm using the tripod, so that everything is the exact same spot. Because you'd be surprised at how much light change when you just move just a fraction of like an inch. Like a fraction of an inch. It makes a huge difference in lighting and positioning and everything like that. As you saw when I was trying to edit the little spokes on the logging truck, like the slightest little difference made a big difference when I'm editing and trying to composite them all together. So I think I might do the stream again whenever I do have a photo that needs more extensive edits, just to see if this Photopea stuff can use or not be used for extensive edits. It looks like it is just fine for the minor edits that I typically do, which is just dodging around areas when I'm using the white backdrop, because it always looks gray. And then it also works fine for like dodging and well, like I said, dodging and then burning and putting in detail, things like that. The only thing it's not good for, it seems, is like lining it up, not even rotating it, because rotating is fine, but just making, if someone's a little crooked, making it straight, like the photo straighter, just a little bit. That is by far the most difficult thing to do on here that I've seen. It's something that, I don't know if I would say a deal breaker per se, but it was definitely something that's going to make me think twice about where I'm going to upload my photo. If I'm going to upload it on this computer here and just use Photopea and then all that stuff, but be able to sit down the whole time, or I'm going to use this one over here and be able to rotate very easily and precisely, but not be able to sit down, like have to stand the whole time. Which for a bunch of photos is annoying, but if I'm doing like one or two, it's not a problem. But also that computer is the one over here, the laptop's over there, is the one that had the problem. I did a vlog about it actually on this channel where the battery in my laptop started swelling. Like that was the weirdest thing. It was actually like, you could actually see it. It was buckling my, like poking through my, not poking through, but like, but not buckling, what word am I looking for? It started going through my keyboard, essentially. And it made it where the track mouse wasn't working as well. The keyboard obviously wasn't working as well because it was getting bent. And the computer wobbled really bad. And the fans were just going constantly. And they were so loud. It sounded awful. Like, we thought there was construction going on outside once. And it was really just my laptop. Because the fan was having to work overtime because of the overheating battery. And the battery was crushing some of the other mechanisms in the computer. And then it messed up my screen too, because it was buckling, but it was on, like, so it was pressing up against my screen whenever it was closed. And so it started messing up my screen. And it took me a while to notice it because it was just like, it was such a subtle, like, increase in the buckle, like, over time, that I didn't really notice it until the laptop couldn't close anymore. And even then, it seemed like the hinge was broke, is what it seemed like. The hinge, like in the laptop, and not that the battery was swelling, because it really wasn't that big of a difference visually, so you really couldn't see it. I couldn't feel it because it was, like I said, such a slight change over such a long time. So I had to get that one replaced. I had to get, well, not the laptop, I had to get the battery replaced, and luckily they did it for free. And then but I'm still worried about using that laptop too much because of, yeah, they replaced the battery and everything, but that is a very common problem for MacBooks to have. And honestly, it's still kind of sounding the same already. Like, not near as bad though. Like, not near as bad. Like, a tenth of what it was. But the fact that it's still doing it, like making the abundance of noise and everything, making me a little nervous that maybe, yeah, they fixed the battery. Or they fixed the battery. They replaced the battery, but they didn't fix the problem. Like, they didn't fix the problem. So, I'm trying not to use that laptop as much if I can help it. So that's another good reason why I wanted to see this Photopea thing would work, because that would mean I wouldn't have to use my laptop as much. That laptop is pretty much used for photo stuff. That is essentially it. Especially since the new update on it made it where my Sims doesn't work anymore, which is annoying. Because I had Sims 2 on that computer too. And that's like pretty much what I did whenever I was at my parents' house. Because my parents' Wi-Fi goes out all the time. And so, yeah. So that's another reason why I was trying to see if this Photopea thing would work. Because it would make it where I wouldn't have to be at that computer. And also, Photoshop is what really sets it off the battery really bad over there. Like, I can browse the internet just fine. It doesn't really do anything. It doesn't really care. And I have, like, and when I browse the internet, I go hard in the paint. And I have, like, a million browsers and tabs open. So it still can handle that just fine. And it can still handle me, like, watching videos and streaming stuff and things like that. Well, I'm not the one streaming. If I'm watching a stream, it's fine. If I'm streaming, it sounds like it's about to have a heart attack in a computer. But that was just another reason why I did it on this computer, is because of that thing could barely handle me doing Photoshop. It definitely could not handle me streaming and doing Photoshop at the same time. So that's why I'm doing it on this computer here. That's why I'm another million of the reasons why I'm using the Photopea today, because I really want to do an editing stream, but I couldn't do the Photoshop, and I really wanted to try this out, so I thought it was a good opportunity to try this out. And I'm glad I did, because the photos I picked I feel like they are a good representation of how I normally edit, because I usually don't have a whole lot to do on each photo. I just have a lot of photos to do. because I don't know if I'm going to like a photo over the 10 other of the exact same ones I took until I'm done with all the editing, and then I pick from that, if that makes any sense. I feel like half things I say don't make sense, but whatever. So I think so far that Photopea is definitely worth looking into and working with and trying to figure out and everything. Especially if you're not doing any major editing. If you're doing like little light things like dodging and burning corners and cropping and stuff like that, I think you should use Photopea instead of getting Photoshop, because Photoshop is expensive. I mean, it's $10.99 a month, which isn't a lot, but when you think about it, over a year you're paying like over $120 for it. Like, that's a lot. So I definitely think, especially if you're like not like a professional photographer where you're just like editing photos for your kids or something, yeah, this is totally fine. This would work perfectly for that. The only thing that really gets me is the rotating when you're cropping thing. There's got to be a better way of doing that. I'm going to have to look around. It doesn't seem like there is from what I've seen, but it's not precise enough. It's not very forgiving. So that is the one thing I'm harping on. It bothers me. Also, you can't name the photos when you're done editing them. There might be a way to do it, and I just haven't figured it out. Because there is a button up here that says account, and maybe that's like a feature you have to unlock or something. Or you have to have an actual account on here. Maybe it's a free account, but you still need one in order to name it or something. I don't know. I mean, this is my first time like really getting into it and really using them for like serious like my editing stuff. I've usually only done it for like when I was about to post them on Instagram, but the edges on something weren't bright enough, and so I quickly dodged them real quick, or I had to quickly crop something because it didn't look it when I brought it up on my screen. Because when I post on Instagram, I now use the Creator Studio from Facebook to do it, and then I also upload all the photos into Planoly to plan out my feed and everything, make sure everything looks good together and cohesive and stuff. And if I upload something in there and then it looks not quite right because it's not cropped quite enough, or it's not bright enough, it doesn't look quite right with the photo next to it or something, then I can quickly bring up Photopea and I can do that real quick. But yeah, so that is my 2 cents on the Photopea thing. Let me know what you think if you've tried it. Yeah. Let's see. I want to stream for a little bit longer, but I don't have that much more photos. It didn't take me near as long as I thought it would. Let's see. Now I'm going to zoom out of this. I'm going to merge both the edit layers so I can see if I need any more edits done. See, normally when I'm editing photos, the one that I liked the most out of all of them, I would name what it is. It's a figure, the prop, and then if it's a post or an alternative shot for Patreon. So it would let me know which one I decided I wanted to post. And so I'm not going to know when I'm scrolling through that I wanted to post this one. I might end up getting one of the wrong ones, and I would have to actually go through all of them. I know that's a really silly, like, nitpicky thing, but it does bother me. Alright, so these all look fine, so I'm going to merge this down and save as PSD. I'm finally not saying PDF, finally remembering what it is. And export as JPEG. Okay, so I just quickly checked real quick to see if the Facebook Creator Studio had my account information up on it or something where I wouldn't be able to show it on stream, but it doesn't. So I'm going to show you real quick what it actually looks like for me to upload a photo and post it. I Actually, I need that for the... I'm gonna actually move the screen that I'm using to keep an eye on chat. Okay. So here it is. This is the Creator Studio for Facebook. I hit Create Post, Instagram Feed. I hit which one it is. I might have to get it out of download. Yeah, so let me see which one it is. Okay. I'm going to use this for an example anyway. Okay. So I just write the caption here. What was it? I had one for this. Oh, okay. What? Can't remember exactly what it was. It was like, what did the ornament say to the other one? And it was like hanging in there or something like that. I don't remember. Luckily, I have it written down. Because I have like a long list of like Instagram caption ideas just written out, just so I don't forget any of them. Just copy and paste that over. No. There we go. What did one ornament say to the other? I like hanging with you. I think that's funny. Let's see. I usually also add in a emoji, but it doesn't let me do it on the... I can't figure out how to do it on this computer yet. I only know how to do it on my Mac. So, let's see. And this one's going to be posted like the day before... I think it's the day before Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve, as my family would call it. Let's see. Okay, it's not showing up on my thing here, but whatever. Okay, I like hanging with you. And then I put some dots down so that this will be a little further down. And then I'm like, yep, put that down there. People know that if they want to see me edit this photo, see how I did it, they can. Put it down there, and that's where all the hashtags goes down here. Let's see. Oh, it's still all caps. But I also have, oh, that's bright, loud. So I haven't gotten used to all the things on my phone yet. Let's see. It is from my parents. Dad just sent me a tweet from Elon Musk. See, this does have a bit of information because I have to log in. So that's why I'm doing it on the side here. See, this is the Planoly. This is how I plan everything out. Go to the computer. There. And then I move it down. Because these are all extras that I have. They're just saved up just in case like I get sick or something. See, where'd it go? It takes a while to get through all of them. There it is. That's the one I posted yesterday, right here. That's the one right there, because I do it actually through the creator thing, so they don't get used over here. I just use it just for planning it out, and it saves all my hashtags for me. So I do that. Click here, copy the list of Instagram hashtags I have. That there. Then I'll add any extra ones I needed, like we'll do Christmas, and then Christmas tree. So, and then this was in the forum. That's the name of the mall I was at. And so, yeah, that is all. I also like to put like a little question at the end, you know, of the caption, just for like for people to like have something to answer or something. Let's see. Okay, I think that's nice. Something funny to answer on here. Yeah, and I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go in and add a hashtag, not hashtag. I'm gonna go in and add like a little angel emoji and a little devil horn emoji right there instead. But I'm just using it as a placeholder for now. So that's done. Oh, and I can go in here and tag everything. So there's a account that has just pictures that have hands in them. So I tag them. Just the normal ones that I tag, and then this is using my Canon camera, so I tag the Canon accounts, and that's done. So I hit over here, hit schedule. That is going to be for, let me see, what date, what is that? So I use this, also use the Planoly to help me plan it all out. So okay, it is on Christmas Eve is when it's supposed to be, because I only do it on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays now. So it needs to be Monday at 11 a.m. Actually, I want to say this is a draft, because I do have to add the hashtags in. Not the hashtags, he's saying that. Not the hashtags, I have to add the emojis in. So I say there's a draft, and that's done. So that is how I plan out my feed and everything. Let's go ahead and delete that, I don't need that anymore. So that'll be next. And then these are all the photos that like I have extra. Some of these I've already posted, I just haven't gotten rid of them yet. I actually need to go ahead and post this one. And then I'm gonna go ahead and add one of the, oh, I can't really see what they are, so that's not actually going to be very helpful. Maybe I can change the way it's laid out. No, that's not how that works. Okay. Alright, I'll just figure that out later. But you get the idea. I would put the other ones I edited tonight right here, and I would have posted that one Friday, because I'm not posting on Christmas, because, you know, it's a holiday. So, get out of that. There's a little insight on how I do things. If you have any questions, feel free to type in chat or message me on Instagram, either at megjoy or on In Motion with Megan, which is in the description bar below. If you have any questions at all, I really don't mind answering all the questions. I really don't. I have nothing better to do with my time. Yeah, and the more I'm looking at, the more I really like this one over this one. So I'm not gonna bother with this one. See, now I need to edit. Where is it? I need to edit these. I don't know why that looks so grainy. Does that look grainy to you? It shouldn't. Weird. Anyway, so the first thing, I'm going to try and edit this out. I may not be able to, just because of how sharp it is right here with my denim. With my jeans, I may not be able to get to, I may not be able to do it, but I'm going to try. Because I really don't like that thing there. If I turn up the hardness a little bit, it might help. Turn it down just a little. Okay. Then I have the editing layer here, so just in case I don't like it. Which I probably won't, let's be honest. Okay, just get the bulk of it out of the way. There we go. Let's see, is there anywhere where it has color similar that I can grab from? Looks like there isn't. So I'm going to have to zoom in real good and do it really close in. Hate doing this though. It never looks right to me. So I'm going to turn the hardness up, turn the size down a good bit, and that should be able to make it where I get close enough to the jeans where you can barely tell. Okay, but it has to be perfectly straight. This is where the fact that you can't really see it very well is a problem. Why is this not going back? There. There we go. Now let's see how that looks. Ooh, that does not look good so far. Well, I think it looks fine enough. I'm gonna fix that part right there. I really don't like that. There we go. Actually worked out pretty fine. There we go. You can barely tell there was a thing there. There is a little bit there still. I'm gonna be super nitpicky about this. I just know I am. I keep thinking I'm not gonna be, but I'm like, yeah, I am. There we go. See? Looks much better. I'm also gonna get rid of these little things in the sidewalk. Not that it's a real problem, it's just, I don't know, I don't like them. I think they're visually distracting. Even though I've refreshed, it still hasn't gotten, it still is not as usable, not usable, it's still not working as smooth as it did when I first started. Maybe I didn't refresh it for long enough, maybe? There we go. I move the photo around a little bit once again, just because if I can't tell what is dirt on or something that a speck that needs to be cleaned on the photo and what is on my computer screen. Because I'm using a really old computer monitor right now. It's like it was my husband's in high school or something. I think it's either this one or the other one I'm using. One of them in here is really old for a computer anyway. So here we go. One more photo edit thing. Just because that was tough to do and I don't ever have to redo that. Burn. Make it a little bigger. Get the hardest completely down. Exposure needs to be down. Pretty low. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to burn essentially contour on my face. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's something we learned in my photography classes and stuff. That if you just burn basically where you would put contour, it does make your face look a little thinner, and I would like to be thinner. I don't know how else to say it. Make it a little smaller. There we go. And just burn all around the face, down the neck a little, and right here where cheeks should be in, a little thinner. And then, where's the tool again? Oh, here we go. Make it much smaller. Not that small. Not quite that small either. Yeah, there we go. And then burn my nose. It sounds so weird when I say it like that. There we go. And then get dodge. If it will work. There we go. And make it a little teensy bit bigger. And then dodge where you would put a highlighter. And then right above my eyes. I like doing it right above my eyes because as you can tell, my eyes squint shut whenever I smile. I hate that. But it's what happens. There, much better. Let's see. Anything else I need to do? I'm gonna do some sharpen on my hands. I like doing sharpen on a few little detail things like hands, and then maybe there's a little smocking on my blouse, a necklace, this little open front thing here, and then my shoes. I always do it on my shoes. And the cuff on my pants. There is a speck of dirt on my shoes. I'm gonna get that real quick. Too small. There we go. There we go. There. No speck at all now. Now, some people do a lot more edits, for portraits and their faces and stuff like this. So this may not have everything you need for portraits. But we'll get the job done. Because I don't do major edits on my face or my outfit day shots. Just because of they know what I look like. They know I don't look like that. So there we go. Now I'm going to merge the layers that are edited. So you can see, excuse me, and there we go. So it's good. Now, like I was saying earlier, I will have to put these on the other computer so I can use the Lightroom on them. I usually would do it on my phone. I tried emailing one of these to myself earlier so I could do the Lightroom stuff that I have to do with it, but it wouldn't. The Lightroom's being annoying right now because I recently got a new phone. I just got the iPhone 11, and so I'm not signed in on everything. I just got some Snapchats. Okay. My brother-in-law and his girlfriend just went somewhere for Dirty Santa, and they were showing me their gifts they got. Okay, just wondering where they went, because yeah. Also, I need to send them another snap, because I have a streak going with both my brother-in-law and his girlfriend on Snapchat, and I need to keep it going. So I'm probably going to just send them a snap like in the middle of this before it's midnight. Oh, I do it before midnight, so yeah, I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to send them a snap of my stream. Oh, my desk is so messy though. Yeah. Yeah, this is the longest streak I've had with my brother-in-law, so I want to keep it going. And then, let's see, next photo. Yeah, they look really grainy to me. So I'm going to crop this one. I didn't crop the other one, because I think that one had already been cropped, I think. No? I don't know. Anyway. I don't always crop all these out of the day ones, because of they I use them for stories and stuff, and so I like to use the whole photo. But I have so many of this outfit that I can use. It'll be fine. Plus, I really want to rotate it. This looks really good, actually. All right. I don't know why I'm always so surprised when my photos look good. Like, I went to college for 4 or 5 years, and my photo should look okay. Because I have a college degree in photography. No, stop. And I was there for a long time. I was there for 5 years because I had 2 degrees, so that's why it took me for 5 years. My dad is very sensitive about it taking me 5 years, so I always feel like I have to specify why it took me 5 years whenever I tell people. I know it's not a big deal, but because most people don't complete it that quickly anymore. Like the 4 years is not everyone does it that quickly anymore. So it's not as bad as it used to be when he was younger, I guess. Because my husband won a joke award thing in his fraternity for completing college in 4 years. So I'm just doing the thing again where I'm burning around where you would put contour on my face. So because it'll make your face look a little more, I don't know, contoured. Let's see, dodge. And I like dodging where my eyes are just because it lightens them up a little bit, because I really hate that, like every time I smile my eyes just squint shut, and I hate that. I'm trying to open them up a little bit in the photo, but I can only do so much. I try not to edit my photos too much. I might get rid of this little bit of hair here. Yep, and so go ahead, get the edit layer out, clone tool, hardness down. And this is going to be a little more difficult because it's a curve, so it's not going to be as easy to edit, I feel like. Because I'm not going to be able to get the crisp edge by just photoshopping it here and then moving it over, because it's curved. while I'm here, I'm also gonna get this hair here. There we go. Now my hair looks a little less crazy. There we go. Much better. I really don't have near as much to edit out of this one as I did the other one. So, merge down. And then save this PSD. I don't know if you can hear it through the mic on this, but someone's like revving up their motorcycle outside. It's pretty loud. I don't know why they're doing that. Save as JPEG. That one's done. I'm getting the hang of how this rotate tool works, though. I'm getting the hang of it. Go ahead and put an edit layer in. Just see. I really don't like this one as much as the other ones. I don't think I'm going to be using this one. Yeah, I really don't like this one as much. So I'm probably not going to be using this one. The only thing I like about this one is I think it shows my top better. Like, because I really like this new top. This is why I was wearing it for this photo. Was because I just got this new top and I really liked it and want to wear it for a photo. I don't like how my hair is doing this. I'm going to see if I can edit that out. That might be kind of difficult, but I'm going to try. Another Snapchat from my brother-in-law. Oh, he was in Huntsville. Okay, that's not very descriptive. It's probably with my one of my sorority sisters up there then. I know they live up there. Or down there or wherever. I have no idea where Huntsville is. I think it's up. Now I think about it. I think it's up. This is really hard to line up. There, got it. Ugh. There we go, got that all cleaned up. Now I'm gonna do the hand. This is gonna be difficult. Skin color is really hard to Photoshop in general. Like, any skin tone is just, I think it's just difficult to Photoshop just because of skin is not any one color, it is a multitude of colors. And that's not always easy to Photoshop. That works fine. I think I photoshopped this crease in my hand a little too much, where it looks too dark. There, maybe that'll help. That looks too light. Oh well. You're not gonna be able to see it that well in the photo anyway, just because of like, it's gonna be even smaller than this, because once again, it's gonna be on my phone, and I don't put any of these on my Patreon, so yeah, that's good. All right. I forgot to do the burn and dodge and stuff on my face. See, look, my eyes are just completely closed. Just because I'm smiling. I hate that so much. Sometimes, like, when I smile, I'll open my eyes extra wide, and I think I look demented, like I look crazy or something. Wait, this is dodge. So I need burn. It is not easy to make the whole thing come up. There, finally got it. Wow, that should not have been so hard. There. Turn around my face. Get a little smaller and burn down the edge of my nose. Now I need dodge. Now it decides to be easy to get. I'm also going to burn down my chest a little bit, just make it look like I got a little more up there. There, that's better. Not much, but it's something. Go. That's good. Merge it down. Anything else? Oh, I forgot the sharpening. I mean, I'm just forgetting everything. So I want to sharpen right here because I like the velvet texture on my headband. Details down my top. Because I'm taking this photo because I have a new top and I'm really happy about it. My necklace, there. Now, save as PSD. And then export as JPEG. Give it a second to save. I'm trying to figure out how to get the Lightroom to work. I can't remember what's in the email that I use my Adobe account. Like, I don't remember. I don't remember what year I set that in up. Like, was it set up when I first started? Was it set up when I first started using Photoshop, which would be probably my university email? Or was it like when I started working? I don't know. It's okay. It says none of these are the right email. Okay, that's gonna be really annoying to figure out. I'll have to do that later. That's super upsetting. Let's see, open another one. Okay, this is gonna be a compound photo. So this is a good one to do. Okay. See, I like the pose in this one. However, there's this woman here. So what I'm going to do is, okay, so some of the buttons still work. So it still works. Control A puts everything in a like little box where it's all selected. Hit Control C to copy it all, and then you hit Control V to copy it on top of another image. Okay. This should be the other way around. Okay. Since this was on a tripod, I can do this. If I was freehanding this photo, I would not be able to do this. Eraser tool. And then a good bit bigger than that. heart is all the way down, nearly all the way down. There we go, and just, okay, not that one. Wait, what's going on? Okay, wait, what? I was because I accidentally erased her. Okay. Okay, so it doesn't work that way on Photoshop. Okay. There, and then she's gone. See? So that's how you get someone out of shot, as long as you have the tripod up. See? And it just goes straight to this photo here. It doesn't have her. Now I can crop it. Is it? Yes, it's 8 by 10. Okay, I'm gonna have to rotate it a little. There we go. Yeah, see, she would have been right here. She wasn't still really in the photo even after I cropped it. She did apologize for being in my photo, and I was like, "Oh no, it's okay. I can edit you out. It's no big deal." Also, it's like my fault because I'm like in the middle of the mall area. Because this is also the same day that I did the video thing with the tree. The tree's right here in the background. If you can't, in case you can't see it, it's right there. And yeah. So, like I can't expect not to have anyone walk through my photo when I'm doing that. You know, that would be kind of rude and inconsiderate of me. So definitely burn my face because I'm like right there in the sun. So burn a little, and then too small. Burn a little bit of my nose because I've lost all nose detail in this. And then where's the sharpen tool? I'm gonna sharpen my hand, my sunglasses. I love the sunglasses. I love the sunglasses so much. And then the buttons down my skirt. And then my boots. A lot of the outfit day shots I take, I take them for like a reason. Like this one, I'm taking them because I just learned this new hack for like wearing skirts in the winter, and that looks like it's my leg with just some sheer tights on it, but it's not. It is ultra fleece lined tights that are nude color, and just have normal tights over it, and I was so warm, but it looked like I'm not. Never liked that. Oh, it was a really neat hack I learned. So, flat image. And there it is. You really cannot tell there was a girl right here at all. I think I'm going to pull up the saturation a little bit. Just to make that sky really pop. Yeah. And save as PSD. That was super easy to do. I was worried about doing composite photos with this, and that's when I add more, like you put not images, but you put different elements of the same photo together into one photo, and that's what it's called. And I'm really glad it still works for that, because that is something I do have to do sometimes. So that's done. Let's see. Try the Lightroom one more time. It really bothers me that I can't get into it right now. Okay. see, how many do I have left? Okay, this is the one that I took. I photoshopped on top of the other one. No, underneath it, so that way the girl who's standing here wouldn't show up. But now I'm actually going to Photoshop this one. I think I want to keep this longer, so that way this is still in the photo, and I'll use this for whatchamacallit, stories. However, I do want to rotate it, so I'm going to rotate it just a little. How is it going to do it? There it goes. Oh, okay. Alright, so I don't like that. Alright. Whenever you do this on Photoshop, it automatically just sinks in the, shrinks in the photo a little bit, so that way that these don't happen. But that's a little annoying. So, yeah. There. So I just gotta crop it in a little bit more. But yeah, I love that blue sky is just so pretty. Let's see. I'm gonna go into saturation and pull it up just a little. You can barely tell. I'm gonna do a little more. You really can still not really tell, but whatever. I'm gonna have that. Just got another Snapchat from my brother-in-law's girlfriend. Let's check it real quick. It's a video. Okay. She sends me these really long videos, so I'm not gonna open that on stream. But Rebecca, if you're watching, I am gonna watch it as soon as the stream's over. I just don't want to open a long video on stream. Okay, so now time to burn and dodge my face. Since it's still small from the last time I did it, I'm gonna go ahead and start with my nose this time. And around my face, my hand, because it's a little bright. This hand as well. Also go ahead and get the sharpen tool out and sharpen down the buttons, down my skirt, and my boots. Because I'm also really happy about these new boots. They're really cute. And then I'm also going to sharpen, where is it? My sunglasses, because I really like these sunglasses. I like sunglasses in general, honestly. But I normally wear them like in my out of the day shots just to cover up the fact that my eyes just completely squint shut whenever I'm smiling. Here we go. And then save as PSD. God, the colors in this is so pretty. And then export as JPEG. Alright, do I have any more? Okay. This is the last one, I think. Okay, this is me with my actual coat on. Once again, I think I'm going to leave this one whole because of whenever I have a bunch of different shots of the same outfit, I will often put some of them into like a composite app I have. Not really composite app, that's not a good way of putting it. It like makes a mosaic or a collage of all the photos, and having it long still gives me a little more options for that. So I'm gonna leave that. Okay. edit layer. I forgot to do the last one, but I didn't do any edits, so it's not a big deal. See, I like the top half of this one the best. Like the skirt and everything up, I feel like looks better than the other ones. But I don't like it doesn't really show off my boots very much. So start with cropping, not cropping. I'm going to start with sharpen tool on the buttons. And the edges of my coat. Still going to sharpen the boots, just the edges though. Sharpen my hand, sunglasses, and then a little bit of my hair. You can really tell that I have like where my dyed hair ends and where my natural hair is. Like this is my natural hair color right here. This is the dyed color right here. Now it's dyed my actual hair color. It's just the dye is faded so much, and so it's like all the red because my hair was red for so long. But I decided to go back to my natural brunette color for my wedding. And so I haven't got it dyed. I haven't got it dyed since right before my wedding. I got it dyed all like a dark brown to match, like so it all, you know, looked right. And then I just stopped dyeing it after that because it was like the same color as my actual hair. So I was like, well, this is fine. So this all here looks red because I still like the red dye had been there for so long that it was the dominant color, if that makes any sense. And then like all the hair dye that was my natural hair color washed out over time because this is like I said, I've been married for over a year now, so I haven't gotten my hair dyed in over a year. And so it looks almost kind of like an ombre thing going now, almost. But I think it's interesting to look at because like if I shaved my head the day after my wedding, this is how long my hair would be. I know that's a silly thing to think, but that's what I'm thinking about. You know. I don't know. Just weird thoughts. Let's see, go ahead. Did I already burn my face already? Looks like I didn't. Okay. Burn here. And is anywhere else I need to burn? My legs look a little chunky in this view here, so I'm going to burn the sides of my legs so they look a little thinner. Especially this side here. There we go. Make this a little smaller. There we go. And just kind of almost carve out a chin for myself. There we go. It looks a little weird up close, but it looks better when it's zoomed out and is like a small little picture. See, looks much better that way. So I'm going to flatten that. Do I need to rotate this any? Don't think so. Which is weird, because this is the exact same tripod setup as the other ones where I did have to rotate it. I think it's because like I was leaning a little bit in the other ones. I think that's what it was. So say that's PSD. Export as JPEG. And then let's see if there's any more. I think I'm done. Yeah, I think I'm done. Yeah, all right. So I got done like 3 minutes sooner than I expected. So I guessed how many photos to bring pretty good then, I think. So just to show y'all my work again, you know, it's the ending, kind of tying everything up. Here are all my photos, so many of them. so many. This is gonna take a minute. Okay. I'm just gonna start over again. There. Yeah, I have nearly 1,900 photos on here of miniature shots and stuff. I'm gonna be posting the one I showed you how I set up. I'm gonna be posting that one pretty soon, so be on the lookout for that. And then if you're interested, I do have the Patreon. I'm gonna switch to IRL. If you're interested in seeing even more of my photos and more videos of me like editing and stuff like that, then go link down below and check out my Patreon, which is where I post most of that stuff anyway. And then also hit subscribe to this channel, because I think I'll be doing Photoshop streams a little more often, because this was a good way of making sure I got all of my work done. And so I call it my work, but I didn't actually edit any photos for my clients because I didn't think it was appropriate to do on a stream without like clearing it with them first. So I still have more editing work to do, but not near as much. And now I know that for most of it, I can do it on this Photopea thing here. I don't know why I'm clicking like you can see the screen. Another example of me forgetting I'm on IRL. And then now I know that I can use the Photopea and comfortably sit at my desk and be able to edit photos and things. So that's nice, because I also like my editing, the computer I'm at currently has 2 screens on it, which is why I keep looking over there sometimes, because I'm looking at my face. And that makes it where if I could edit here, then that means I can like watch The Office over here or something while I'm working, which would make working a lot less tedious. Because as you saw, a lot of the edits are pretty much just the same things over and over. It's like burn and dodge, clone tool, you know, and sometimes a little bit of something else, but usually not a lot. It's time consuming because it is a lot of little things. So, and then, so that's nice to know. I really do think this is a very good alternative for Photoshop. Very tempting to cancel the subscription. If I weren't worried about, you know, needing some of the more fancy features or something like that, the things that do irritate me about the Photopea is the to rotate the photo just a little bit, not like, you know, full 180 or something like that, but just a little bit is a little not as precise as the one on Photoshop, which is a little annoying. But I eventually got the hang of it. And then it does seem to like stop working so well after you've been using it for a while, which is really a problem for someone who wants to use this as something to replace a lot of work editing. However, also my Photoshop's doing the same thing right now, just because of the computer that I'm using it on is, you know, near the end of its life. So that's not really a huge difference for me personally, but for you it might be. And then what were the other things? Oh, not being able to name the photos when you're done editing. Oh, that was really annoying. That was real annoying. Because I do, like I said, like for my miniature photos, it's the figure, the prop, and then if it's a post or a alternative shot, like for Patreon or something. So, like for example, the first one I did where it was the guy reading on the flower, it would be man reading flower post, or man reading flower Patreon or something like that. Usually I put alt for that one just because Patreon's a really long word. And I don't want to start using PAT as an abbreviation, because it's, you know, it'd be an abbreviation for Patreon, but I don't want to do that because I might like one day, like, I don't know, have it as one of the perks on my Patreon that you can name the figures or something, where like every time I'm using, like for example, the climbing girl I used today, if someone wanted to name that after themselves, like, I don't know, Jennifer, I would say, instead of like, oh, it looks like I got a little help doing this today, be like, oh, it looks like Jennifer decided to help me do something today, something like that. So I don't want to start using Pat, because like, what if someone wanted that for a figure's name or something? I don't know. So I'm thinking ahead, I guess, really, for that. And then but other than that, it really worked well for what I need to do. So I definitely think that opens up a lot for me, because it means I can edit here comfortably at my desk instead of over there where there's no chair or anything for me. So I don't switch them around. I know you're also thinking, it's like, Megan, if that's such a problem, would you just switch them around? Well, this is the computer I use day to day, like for surfing the web and video games and streaming, of course, and then other things that I do more often and for longer periods than editing. Because I don't normally edit every day. I usually just save it all for one day or something out of the week, and I just look at that's my edit day. And so, because I like having my Photoshop be mobile on my laptop, so that way, because I go places for work as well, because technically I'm a digital nomad, so I can work from anywhere. So it's nice to know that I can take that laptop with me and I can go and I can work, at the beach, or stay at my parents' place if I need to, or go visit my mother-in-law in Florida or something like that. So it's nice that that's mobile, because I like that option. Because also sometimes I like being a hipster and do my work at the coffee shop, because working at home gets lonely sometimes. So I like having that option. So I'm done rambling. I'm saying the Photopea I think is a good option. If you want to check it out, I think you should. It's just Photo P as in the vegetable, so photopea.com, and it's free. I think, like I said, I think it's perfectly good use for most people. I'm still going to be using it, even the little things that do irritate me and bug me about it. I'm still going to be using it, so no problem. I just will have to go back and rename all the photos and stuff, which is going to be a pain in the butt, but I'm going to do it. So, and so that's the end of this stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you do, please like and comment, and please hit that subscribe button. Whenever this channel gets to 100 subscribers, I'm going to be doing a giveaway of one of my miniature shots, like a print. And the way to be entered into that is you have to be subscribed to this YouTube channel, and you have to be following me on Instagram at Joye. So go do that. So when it hits to 100, you can be entered automatically to win a print. So see you later.